Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Inquisition of the Dragon in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, The Wrath of Heaven. Ruya moved her piece on the game board, and tried not to fidget. The Dalish girl moved her own piece in response and gave her a commiserative look. I'm starting to think the divine solution is for everyone to just die of boredom. At the door, the Templar snickered before catching himself and resuming the stern expression. To be fair, he said, worse plans have been suggested. She moved her piece. Checkmate. She raised an eyebrow. Another game. The Dalish woman had caught on surprisingly quickly for only having learned the game a few hours ago. She was fairly confident she was being pumped for information, but the company was enjoyable enough. The girl shook her head. I think I'll stretch my legs. Now, that is a good idea. Ruya rose. She glanced at the Templar. Want me to bring you back anything from the kitchens? A roast lamb and a bottle of Riveni rum. I'll do my best. He seems nice, for a Templar. The Dalish girl glanced over her shoulder. Gavrin is good people, Ruya said. He's my uncle, actually. She shrugged. So what brings you here? Events here may shape the world. It will affect us as well. The girl twitched a shoulder. My keeper said. She blinked. Did you hear something? Ruya nodded. There is again. Is that someone shouting? Upstairs or down? I'll go down, you go up. Ruya headed up the stairs. She looked up through dazed eyes to see several armored men standing over her. Her head felt like it has been split in two, and her left hand felt like it was on fire. The smell of charcoal and burnt meat filled the air, and beyond the men she could see sky. She started to ask a question, and then her vision went black again. She awoke on a cot. It took her a minute to make out the voices around her. No sooner had someone said she was awake than armed men were in the room. They caught her arms, and the next thing she knew she was being shackled and dragged to a chamber beneath the chantry. 4 men remained in the room with her, swords in their hands, and pointed in her direction. Something glowed green on her hand. She shifted her wrist so she could look at her palm. The glow intensified, and for a moment it felt like someone was pressing a hot brand into her palm. Ruya gasped. The door to the chamber opened, and a woman entered. Ruya felt a chill when she recognized the symbol on the woman's armor. A seeker. The woman narrowed her eyes, then walked around to stand behind her. She bent until she was inches from Ruya's ear. Tell me why we shouldn't kill you now. She straightened, and then paced a circle around Ruya. The conclave is destroyed. Everyone who attended is dead. She pointed. Except for you. Ruya blinked. All those people? No. Surely not everyone. She grabbed Ruya's wrist, yanking it up so the shackles dug into her wrist painfully. Explain this. I can't. What did she mean the conclave was destroyed? Ruya shook her head in confusion. What do you mean you can't? The woman tapped the hilt of her sword. I don't know what that is, or how it got there. She'd been walking up a flight of stairs and then there'd been something glowing. You're lying. A hooded woman pulled the seeker back. We need her, Cassandra. Gavrin. The sweet little Dalish girl. The mages. I can't believe it. All those people. She swallowed against the lump in her throat. Dead. Do you remember what happened? How all this began? She'd been playing a game of stones. Someone had shouted and I remember running. Things were chasing me, and then, a woman. A woman. Ruya shook her head and tried to clear the cobwebs on her memory. She reached out to me, but then it went blank again. Then she'd woken up a prisoner. The seeker sighed. Go to the forward camp, Lelyana. I will take her to the rift. Cassandra bent, and unfastened the shackles, replacing them with a simple rope binding. What did happen? Cassandra finished the knot. It will be easier to show you. She pulled Ruya to her feet, and led her out of the chantry. Above where the Temple of Sacred Ashes had once stood was a giant green swirling void. A fade rift, in the sky, larger than any she could have imagined. It took her a moment to realize Cassandra was talking. We call it the breach. It's a massive rift into the world of demons that grows larger with each passing hour. She gestured. It's not the only such rift. Just the largest. All were caused by the explosion at the conclave. An explosion can do that. It made no sense at all. Cassandra nodded. This one did. Unless we act, the breach may grow until it swallows the world. Ruya was about to ask when her hand was suddenly dipped in molten metal. She screamed and collapsed. Cassandra rushed to her, and helped her sit back up. Each time the breach expands, your mark spreads. Cassandra met her eyes. And it is killing you. It may be the key to stopping this, but there isn't much time. Ruya took a deep breath, then got back to her feet. I understand. Then. Cassandra's eyes were hopeful. I'll do what I can. She was Ruya Trevelyan, daughter of Joseph Trevelyan. Whatever it takes. Around her people were staring, with expressions that ranged from contempt to hostility to outright murderous. They have decided your guilt, Cassandra said as they walked. They need it. The people of Haven mourn our most holy, divine Justinia, head of the Chantry. The conclave was hers. Cassandra sighed. It was a chance for peace between mages and Templars. She brought their leaders together. Now, they are dead. We lash out, like the sky. But we must think beyond ourselves. As she did. Until the breach is sealed. She turned, and cut the ropes binding Ruya's hands. There will be a trial. I can promise no more. Come. It is not far. She knew all this. It's why she'd been there, with the other circle mages. It hurt to think of Gavrin, of the friends who had been lost. She could mourn later. Where are you taking me? Your mark must be tested on something smaller than the breach. They walked through the gate and into the valley. They were halfway up the path when her hand burned again. Cassandra helped her back to her feet when it passed. The pulses are coming faster now. The larger the breach grows, the more rifts appear, the more demons we face. Cassandra had no more idea than she did how she had survived the blast. The bridge beneath them collapsed. Ruya tumbled down, and landed in a dazed heap. Cassandra landed on her a heartbeat later. The Seeker rose, then suddenly drew her blade as a demon materialized nearby. Stay behind me. Ruya managed to get to her own feet just as another demon appeared, this one between her and Cassandra. It moved towards her. She glanced around, and her eyes fell on a staff. She grabbed it, and sent a blast of ice at the demon. Cassandra finished her own opponent a heartbeat later, then turned. Ruya looked around. It's over. Cassandra pointed her sword at Ruya. Drop your weapon. Her eyes narrowed. Now. Ruya sighed. Have it your way. She started to lay the staff down. Wait. Cassandra sighed, then sheathed her sword. I cannot protect you, and I cannot expect you to be defenseless. She shook her head. I should remember you agreed to come willingly. They started up the path, with Cassandra handing her some potions. Several more demons blocked their path, and more fell from the sky. Fortunately, the demons were not particularly powerful. Cassandra gestured at her. We're getting closer to the rift. You can hear the fighting. She could. Who's fighting? You'll see soon. Cassandra quickened her pace. We must help them. No sooner had the last demon fallen than the elven mage caught her wrist and pulled her towards the rift. Quickly, before more come through. He held up her hand, all but pressing the strange mark to the rift. Ruya felt a surge of energy seem to flow out of her, and the dull ache in her hand eased. The rift twisted, flickered, and then vanished. She stared at him. What did you do? He gave her a small nod. I did nothing. The credit is yours. She glanced down at the mark. At least this is good for something. Whatever magic opened the breach in the sky also placed that mark upon your hand. He gestured. I theorized the mark might be able to close the rifts that have opened in the breach's wake, and it seems I was correct. Cassandra finished cleaning off her blade. Meaning it could also close the breach itself. Possibly. He gave Ruya a considering look. It seems you hold the key to our salvation. Good to know. She turned to see a dwarf adjusting his glove. Here I thought we'd be ass deep in demons forever. He smiled up at her. Varric Tathras, rogue, storyteller, and occasionally unwelcome tag-along. Her eyes widened. Hardin Hightown's author was standing just a few feet from her. Gavarin Wood. She swallowed. Are you with the Chantry, or? The elven mage chuckled. Was that a serious question? Technically I'm a prisoner, just like you. He shrugged. I brought you here to tell your story to the divine. Cassandra glared at the dwarf. Clearly that is no longer necessary. Varric appeared entirely immune to her glare. Yet, here I am. Lucky for you, considering current events. It's good to meet you, Varric. Ruya gave him a small bow. You may reconsider that stance, in time. The mage gave a small shake of his head. Ah, I'm sure we'll become great friends in the valley, chuckles. Absolutely not. Cassandra gestured emphatically. Your help is appreciated, Varric, but... Have you been in the valley lately, Seeker? Your soldiers aren't in control anymore. You need me. He tilted his head and gave her a charming smile. She stared at him, then made a disgusted noise before turning away. Ruya assumed that meant the dwarf had won the argument. The mage shrugged. My name is Salas, if there are to be introductions. I am pleased to see you still live. He means, I kept that mark from kill you while you slept, Varric said. At least someone appeared to have a notion of what was happening here. She gave Salas a closer look. He was older, probably at least in his 40s. Clearly not Dalish, but there was an odd cast to his features. You seem to know a great deal about it all. Unlike you, Salas is an apostate, Cassandra said. He shook his head slightly. Technically all mages are now apostates, Cassandra. He turned his grey eyes back to Ruya. My travels have allowed me to learn much of the Fade, far beyond the experience of any circle mage. I came to offer whatever help I can give with the breach. If it is not closed, we are all doomed, regardless of origin. That seemed true enough. And what will you do once this is over? One hopes those in power will remember who helped and who did not. He gave her a respectful nod before turning back to Cassandra. Cassandra, you should know, the magic involved here is unlike any I have seen. Your prisoner is a mage, but I find it difficult to imagine any mage having such power. Understood. Cassandra gestured for them to start moving. We must get to the forward camp quickly. Well. Varric gestured. Bianca is excited. She shook her head as she followed them. Who was Bianca? So. Varric glanced at her after they'd finished dealing with yet another group of demons. Are you innocent? She had to be. At least, she hadn't intended to do anything. I don't remember what happened. That'll get you every time. Varric leaped over a snowbank. Should have spun a story. That's what you would have done. Cassandra gave the dwarf a dirty look. Varric just gave her a cheerful smile in return. It's more believable, and less prone to result in premature execution. He winked at Ruya. Cassandra continued leading the way up the mountain. I hope Leliana made it through all this. She's resourceful, Seeker, Varric assured her. We will see for ourselves at the forward camp. Salas reached back to offer Ruya a hand through the snowdrift. We are almost there. Another rift. We must seal it. Salas gestured at Ruya. Quickly. They moved forward, joining the soldiers engaging the demons. They keep coming, a soldier yelled. Help us. When the last of the demons fell, Ruya turned towards the rift. Hurry. She heard Salas's voice. Use the mark. What had Salas done? She raised her hand, and felt something stir. She willed the rift to close, and green light flowed from her hand. Once again, the rift writhed and flickered, then vanished. Cassandra nodded, then turned to the soldiers. The rift is gone. Open the gate. Right away, Lady Cassandra. We are clear for the moment. Well done. Salas followed Cassandra through the gate. Whatever that thing on your hand is, it's useful. Varric gestured for her to proceed him. Leliana was arguing with a Chantry brother. The words only chance were mentioned. Ruya glanced up at the rift in the sky, then took a deep breath before joining the others. Ah, here they come. The brother gave her a baleful look. Leliana, however, looked relieved. You made it. Chancellor Roderick, this is Dash. I know who she is. Roderick gestured at Cassandra. As Grand Chancellor of the Chantry, I hereby order you to take this criminal to Valroy to face execution. Order me. Cassandra glared. You are a glorified clerk. A bureaucrat. The bickering continued for another minute. Ruya finally shook her head. Isn't closing the breach the more pressing issue? They could always execute her later, assuming she survived what was coming. Roderick gestured at her. You brought this on us in the first place. He sighed, and let his hands drop. Call a retreat, Seeker. Our position here is hopeless. Cassandra stepped forward. We can stop this before it's too late. How? Roderick lifted his arms. You won't survive long enough to reach the temple, even with all your soldiers. We must get to the temple. It's the quickest route. Leliana shook her head at Cassandra. But not the safest. Our forces can charge as a distraction while we go through the mountains. We lost contact with an entire squad on that path. It is too risky. Roderick sighed. Listen to me. Abandon this now before more lives are lost. The mark on her hand pulsed again, glowing brightly. Now though, it felt more like picking up a too warm teacup instead of glowing hot steel. Was that a good sign, or a bad one? Cassandra glanced at it, then looked up at her. How do you think we should proceed? Now you're asking me what I think. Ruya blinked. You have the mark. Salas's voice came from just behind her shoulder, almost making her jump. Cassandra nodded. And you are the one we must keep alive. Since we cannot agree on our own. The thought of soldiers dying as a mere distraction sickened her. At least, if she was with them, she could perhaps bring her magic to bear. If they were all going to die, it might as well be together. I say we charge. She was apparently dying already anyway. No use in more needless sacrifice. I won't survive long enough for your trial. Whatever happens, happens now. Leliana, bring everyone left in the valley. Cassandra's nod was approving. Everyone. On your head be the consequences, Seeker, Roderick shot out as a passing condemnation. Soldiers were dying. She stood back to back with Salas, flinging spells wherever she could to help. Salas touched her arm, and then gestured. Be wary another fate rift. Ruya nodded, and the mages headed in that direction. Several soldiers were already there, fighting demons. How many rifts are there? Varric asked as he loosed a crossbow bolt on what appeared to be a terror demon. We must seal it to get past. Salas put up a barrier spell around the soldiers. As soon as the last demon was down, Ruya stepped up to the rift. This time, it seemed easier. Her hand started to glow almost as soon as she lifted it. Sealed, as before. Salas nodded at her. You are becoming quite proficient at this. Let's hope it works on the big one, Varric said, stowing the crossbow on his back. A tall man in fur-lined armor approached. Lady Cassandra, you managed to close the rift. He sheathed his sword. Well done. Do not congratulate me, Commander. Cassandra gestured at Ruya. This is the prisoner's doing. Is it? He gave her an appraising look. I hope they're right about you. We've lost a lot of people getting you here. She looked over the field. Dozens of bodies were visible. She hoped they were right about her too. I can't promise anything, but I'll try my best. His face softened slightly. That's all we can ask. He turned back to Cassandra and pointed. The way to the temple should be clear. Leliana will try to meet you there. Then we'd best move quickly. Give us time, Commander. Make her watch over you. He nodded. For all our sakes. She watched the soldiers go, noting that despite his apparent rank, the man didn't hesitate to half carry a wounded man from the field. She took deep breath, and followed Cassandra. Bones and charred corpses littered the ground. For a moment, she was grateful they were far past recognizable. If she'd been able to identify a friend, she might have lost it right there. The Temple of Sacred Ashes. There was grief in Cassandra's voice. What's left of it? Varric looked around. Cassandra stepped to Ruya's side and gestured. That is where you walked out of the Fade, and our soldiers found you. She remembered that. At least, she remembered soldiers standing over her. They walked down the remains of a staircase. She remembered that staircase. The Dalish girl had gone up, but whatever had been up had been demolished in the blast. She'd never even asked the girl's name. Dimly she realized Cassandra was still talking. They say a woman was in the rift behind you. No one knows who she was. The breach sure is a long way up. Varric gazed up at the sky, shielding his eyes. Ruya was about to respond when she heard Leliana's voice behind her. You're here. Thank the Maker. Cassandra gestured. Leliana, have your men take up positions around the temple. She walked over to Ruya. This is your chance to end this. Are you ready? No. I'll try, but I don't know if I can reach that, much less close it. No. Salas pointed at a rift down inside the temple itself. This rift was the first, and it is the key. He looked back at her. Seal it, and perhaps we seal the breach. It was the best idea she'd heard thus far. She nodded. Cassandra touched her shoulder. Then let's find a way down. And be careful. Now is the hour of our victory. The voice seemed to come from the very air around them. Bring forth the sacrifice. What are we hearing? Cassandra looked back at Salas. At a guess, the person who created the breach. Ruya continued picking her way through the wreckage. A strangely glowing red crystal littered the place. She saw Varric's eyes widen, and he turned to Cassandra. You know this stuff is red lyrium, Seeker. I see it, Varric. But what's it doing here? Varric grimaced. Salas gave it a considering look. Magic could have drawn on lyrium beneath the temple, corrupted it. It's evil. Varric's voice was insistent. Whatever you do, don't touch it. She continued, using her staff to push some of it out of the path. They were most of the way down when she turned to ask Varric and Salas what the red lyrium actually was. Before she could get the words out, the strange voice rang out again. Keep the sacrifice still. A woman's voice came, sending a chill through Ruya's blood. Someone help me. She should know that voice. Why didn't she? Cassandra paled. That is Divine Justinia's voice. There was no staircase down. Ruya sighed, and jumped down. Salas landed a couple feet from her. Cassandra landed in a crouch, then began striding towards the breach. The female voice called again, and Cassandra stopped in her tracks. Someone help me. Ruya blinked as her own voice echoed from the temple walls. What's going on here? Cassandra turned towards her. That was your voice. Most Holy called out to you. But the rift shifted, and the light changed. Forms started to appear. A tall man, holding something. A woman. The Divine, held in some kind of trap. And then herself, entering the room. She didn't remember entering the room. She'd put her foot on the first stair down and then, nothing. The Divine told her to run, warn them. The tall man ordered someone to kill her. The shifting forms faded. Slowly Cassandra turned. You were there. Who attacked? And the Divine, is she? Cassandra gestured at the rift. Was this vision true? What are we seeing? She strode towards Ruya. Ruya shook her head. I don't remember. Echoes of what happened here. They both turned towards Salas as he spoke. The Fade bleeds into this place. He turned to look at them. This rift is not sealed, but it is closed, albeit temporarily. I believe that with the mark, the rift can be opened, and then sealed properly and safely. However, opening the rift will likely attract attention from the other side. That means demons. Cassandra turned and began signaling the soldiers. Stand ready. She gave Ruya a nod. Power surged out of her hand. It made her vision go a bit fuzzy for a moment. She blinked away the cloud, then immediately regretted it as she made out the pride demon that appeared in their midst. Now, Cassandra yelled, and the soldiers moved in. Arrows just bounced off the thing's spiky skin. A moment later, Cassandra's sword did much the same. Her spells and the ones cast by Salas seemed to do a little damage, but not enough. We must strip its defenses, wear it down, Cassandra called to the soldiers. It would kill all those men before they got through. Almost on instinct, Ruya turned back to the rift. She used the mark to disrupt the energies, and the demon staggered, falling momentarily to its knees. Salas gave her an approving nod before directing a barrage of magic against the weakened creature. A few more demons managed to escape the rift before they took the big one down. Ruya wiped what she thought was sweat out of her eyes, but there was red on the back of her hand. She wasn't sure if it was her blood or that of the soldier who had died defending her. They were clear, for the moment. She turned towards the rift. Do it, Cassandra ordered. Ruya nodded. Now or never. Energy surged once more out of the strange mark. She saw the rift shift and contort, and send more energy into it. The edges of her vision started to gray as the rift gyrated. Suddenly the rift seemed to burst, and the energy slammed back into her, sending her flying. Dimly she saw the green light shooting upwards towards the breach, and then darkness claimed her. Chapter 2, Come to me, child. There was a sound. A door opening. Footsteps. It seemed odd, to be hearing footsteps. Slowly, her eyes opened. Above her was a roof. The grain in one of the beams formed a pattern that resembled the face of a dog. It seemed to be grinning at her. She blinked, and the pattern was gone. Wait, footsteps? She sat up. A young elven girl leaped backwards in surprise, dropping the box she was carrying. Oh. She stared, wide eyes. I didn't know you were awake, I swear. Don't worry about it. I only dash the events of the previous day started to flood back to her. The elven girl fell to her knees. I beg your forgiveness and your blessing. I am but a humble servant. She looked up at Ruya. You are back in Haven, my lady. The girl's eyes were huge, almost worshipful. They say you saved us. The breach stopped growing, just like the mark on your hand. It's all anyone has talked about for the last 3 days. 3 days. Ruya looked down at the mark on her hand. It ached dully, but no longer burned. Waking up was unexpected and meant. Then the danger is over. The breach is still in the sky, but that's what they say. The girl scrambled to her feet, and walked backwards a couple steps. I'm certain Lady Cassandra would want to know you've wakened. She said, at once. It took her a moment to put a face to the name. The Seeker. And where is she? In the chantry, with the Lord Chancellor. The girl started to leave, then turned back. At once, she said. The sound of the door shutting made her jump. Ruya stood, slowly. She felt slightly dizzy for a moment, but it passed quickly. Haven. Then the chantry would be. She'd find it. Someone had dressed her in, that was a lot of buttons. She found her clothing in a trunk, underneath some of the most overdone armor she'd ever seen. It took her a few minutes to get dressed, and she winced as the armored tunic settled over her bruised shoulder. She took a deep breath, and walked to the door. She came to a dead stop 2 paces outside the door. It wasn't the bright light that stopped her, but the crowd of people. Staring. At her. Not just staring. Many of them had their fists pressed to their hearts in a gesture of respect. Some were staring at her with open-mouthed adoration. A voice from the back of the crowd reached her ears. That's her. That's the Herald of Andraste. Breath. Right. She started walking. Other voices came. They said when she came out of the Fade, Andraste herself was watching over her. Hush. We shouldn't disturb her. That's her. She stopped the breach from getting any bigger. I heard she was supposed to close it entirely. Some of them were bowing, on their knees, like she was a queen or the divine. She considered making a run for it, but there were dozens between her and the closed gate. Still, it's more than anyone else has done. Demons would have had us otherwise. The Chantry sisters bowed their heads as she passed. Still a lot of rifts left all over. Little cracks in the sky. She can seal those, though the Herald of Andraste. Someone had better. You won't seal those rifts with the chant of light. Chancellor Roderick says that the Chantry wants nothing to do with us. The huge doors of the Chantry blocked the sight of the people. She felt 50 pounds lighter without all those eyes on her. Her footsteps echoed through the Chantry as she walked towards the inner door. More voices drifted towards her, arguing. It took her a second to recognize Roderick and Cassandra. Cassandra, it seemed, was now convinced of her innocence, at least. Her hand was on the door handle. She took a deep breath, and opened the door. Roderick glared. Chain her. I want her prepared for travel to the capital for trial. Both Templars turned to look at Cassandra. Cassandra gestured. Disregard that, and leave us. The Templars closed their fists over their hearts and left the room. You walk a dangerous line, Seeker. Roderick's eyes narrowed. The breach is stable, but it is still a threat. Cassandra returned the glare. I will not ignore it. Ruya found her own voice. I did everything I could to close the breach. It almost killed me. She was still a little surprised that it hadn't done just that. Yet you live. Roderick sneered at her. A convenient result, insofar as you're concerned. Have a care, Chancellor. Cassandra's voice was just a hair short of threatening. The breach is not the only threat we face. Leliana's voice made Ruya jump. She hadn't realized the auburn-haired woman was in the room. Someone was behind the explosion at the conclave. Leliana came around the table to stand near Cassandra. Someone most holy did not expect. Her steel-colored eyes watched Roderick. Perhaps they died with the others or have allies who yet live. I am a suspect. Roderick actually took a step backwards. You, and many others. Leliana's voice was cold. But not the prisoner. Roderick gestured at Ruya. I heard the voices in the temple. Cassandra shook her head. The divine called to her for help. So her survival, that thing on her hand, all a coincidence. Roderick all but threw up his hands. Providence. Cassandra gave a firm nod. The Maker sent her to us in our darkest hour. The words came almost by reflex. Though all before me is shadow, yet shall the Maker be my guide. Cassandra gave Ruya an approving look. We lost everything. A note of wonder entered the woman's voice. Then, out of nowhere, you came. The breach remains, and your mark is still our only hope of closing it. Leliana leaned on the table, gazing down at the map. This is not for you to decide. Roderick folded his arms. Cassandra picked up a thick book and set it on the table. The sound echoed off the stone walls of the room. You know what this is, Chancellor. She set her hand on the book. A writ from the divine, granting us the authority to act. As of this moment, I declare the Inquisition reborn. She stepped towards the Chancellor, forcing him to step back. We will close the breach, we will find those responsible, and we will restore order. With or without your approval. He started to say something, then turned and stomped out of the room. Leliana's eyes focused on the book. This is the divine's directive, rebuild the Inquisition of old. Find those that will stand against the chaos. Her voice was quiet, and there was an almost haunted look in her eyes. We aren't ready. We have no leader, no numbers, and now no Chantry support. But we have no choice, we must act now. Cassandra turned to Ruya. With you at our side. Ruya's own eyes went to the book. Of all the things she'd expected when she realized closing the rift hadn't actually killed her, this was fairly far down on the list. What is the Inquisition of old, exactly? It preceded the Chantry. People who banded together to restore order in a world gone mad. There was sympathy on Leliana's face. After, they laid down their banner and formed the Templar Order. Cassandra shook her head. But the Templars have lost their way. We need those who can do what must be done, united under a single banner once more. Her friends were dead. Her uncle was dead. Even if there was no place for her to go, not anymore. There was a hole in the sky, and holes in the world. And somewhere out there was whoever had caused the explosion. She was Trevelyan. If you're truly trying to restore order, that is the plan. Cassandra held out a hand. Help us fix this before it's too late. Ruya nodded, and gripped Cassandra's hand with her own. Haven reminded her of a disturbed anthill. Ravens were flying constantly, taking messages far and wide on black wings. Just outside the walls, young men and women set aside their shovels and picked up swords. Someone brought her new gear. The leather coat was well made, and fit her perfectly. She let a servant take away the beaten gear she'd been wearing earlier. Mostly, she just tried to stay out of everyone's way. Near the apothecary, she came upon Salas doing the same thing. He nodded in greeting. The chosen of Androsta, a blessed hero sent to save us. The ridiculousness of the situation was starting to get to her. People just kept staring. Am I riding in on a shining steed? His gray eyes twinkled. I would have suggested a griffin, but sadly, they're extinct. He gestured for her to walk with him. Joke as you will, posturing is necessary. She joined him as they walked a slow circuit of the town. I've journeyed deep into the fate in ancient ruins and battlefields to see the dreams of lost civilizations. I've watched as hosts of spirits clashed to reenact the bloody past in ancient wars, both famous and forgotten. Every great war has its heroes. I'm just curious what kind you'll be. Hero. She'd never thought of that word as applying to her. It was still hard to fathom. She hadn't actually done anything, really. For a moment, she watched the apostate out of the corner of her eye. The word might apply more readily to him. He, at least, had chosen this path. What do you mean, ruins and battlefields? He shrugged. Any building strong enough to withstand the rigors of time has a history. Every battlefield is steeped in death. Both attract spirits. They press against the veil, weakening the barrier between our worlds. A faraway look came over his face. When I dream in such places, I go deep into the fade. I can find memories no other living being has ever seen. Her eyes widened. You fall asleep in the middle of ancient ruins. She wasn't even allowed to go near ancient ruins. Isn't that dangerous? I do set wards. His words were tinged with laughter. And if you leave food out for the giant spiders, they are usually content to live and let live. I've never heard of anyone going so far into the fade. In the tower, such exploration was actively discouraged. Though no one had ever really explained to her why, exactly. And asking too many questions could be dangerous. Her bloodline only protected her so far. That's extraordinary. Thank you. He smiled at her. It's not a common field of study, for obvious reasons. Not so flashy as throwing fire or lightning. He tilted his head. The thrill of finding remnants of a 1,000-year-old dream. I would not trade it for anything. He was silent a moment, and then he nodded as if coming to a decision. I will stay, then, at least until the breach has been closed. Was that in doubt? He shrugged. I am an apostate surrounded by Chantry forces in the middle of a mage rebellion. His eyes went towards a group of Templars standing near the gate. Cassandra has been accommodating, but you understand my caution. Unfamiliar Templars were always to be treated with caution. Never approach a strange dog until you knew if it was friendly. And even then. But the Seeker was a formidable woman, and seemed to be in charge. If she wanted them for her Inquisition. Cassandra trusts you. She won't let anyone put you into a circle against your will. Thank you. I appreciate the thought. They returned to where they had started their trek. For now, let us hope either the mages or the Templars have the power to seal the breach. She retrieved notes for an alchemist and had a pleasant chat with the blacksmith. It seemed people had joined the Inquisition for many reasons. The quartermaster had joined because her high opinion of none other than Loghain had her unwelcome in many parts of Ferelden. A Templar, Lysette, had been rescued by Inquisition soldiers and decided to remain. The merchant, Segret, was there because he had nowhere else to go. Varric was near a campfire, working on some notes. He budged to the side a bit to make room for her on the bench. "So, now that Cassandra's out of earshot, are you holding up all right?" He chuckled. "I mean, you go from being the most wanted criminal in Thedas to joining the armies of the faithful. Most people would have spread that out over more than one day." Her eyes went to the breach. "I don't even want to think about how many lives were lost on that mountaintop." As long as she had something to do, she could keep those thoughts at bay. A lot of good men and women didn't make it out of there. He put his notes back into a lap disk. "For days now, we've been staring at the breach, watching demons, and maker knows what fall out of it. Bad for morale would be an understatement. I still can't believe anyone was in there and lived. If it was that bad, why did you stay? Cassandra said you were free to go. I like to think I'm as selfish and irresponsible as the next guy, but this..." He sighed and leaned back. "Thousands of people died on that mountain. I was almost one of them. And now there's a hole in the sky. Even I can't walk away and just leave that to sort itself out. No. They really couldn't. It's pure luck that I escaped." He raised an eyebrow at her. "Good luck or bad?" He shook his head. "You might want to consider running at the first opportunity. I've written enough tragedies to recognize where this is going. Heroes are everywhere. I've seen that. But the hole in the sky? That's beyond heroes. We're going to need a miracle." She sighed, and looked up. A miracle? And everyone kept looking at her. If she could just remember what happened maybe. The faces of the dead tried to swim towards her, and she pushed them away. "You are the actual Varric Tathras, then?" He chuckled. "I am." She spent a few minutes gushing over her enjoyment of his work. "Your books weren't exactly Chantry approved, but my uncle snuck me in a few. He's a huge fan of your Hard in Height, was a huge fan. He was in the temple." When she nodded, he put a hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry, kiddo. There was this elven girl. She was nice. Funny, like everything was a joke. We were playing chess right before it." Ruya drew her knees up to her. "I don't know her name. All those people dead and..." She sighed. "I can't make myself get any further than that sweet girl is gone and I didn't even know her name. They've been compiling a list of the lost." Varric sighed. "Can't make myself look at it, can't bring myself to count the names I recognize. We're going to find who did this, right? Bring them to justice. Happy ending all around." He gazed into the fire. "I hope so, kiddo. I hope so. The red lyrium we found at the temple seemed to upset you." He sighed. "My brother Bartrand and I sort of discovered red lyrium during an expedition in the deep roads. We located an ancient tag, so old it barely looked dwarven. There was this idol there, made of it. Bartrand brought it back to the surface and, well, everything's gone downhill from there. Cassandra found her the next morning, shortly after she'd broken her fast. The two of them walked into the chantry together. Ruya looked down at her hand, turning it this way and that as she observed the mark. "Does it trouble you?" Cassandra asked. There was still the dull ache, like touching a nearly faded bruise. "I just wish I knew what it was. Or how I got it. We will find out." Cassandra's eyes went to the mark before coming back to Ruya's face. "What's important is that your mark is now stable, as is the breach. You've given us time, and Salas believes a second attempt might succeed provided the mark has more power. The same level of power used to open the breach in the first place. That is not easy to come by. Salas hadn't been wrong yet. Still, the situation wasn't exactly calming. What harm could there be in powering up something we barely understand?" Cassandra actually smiled. "Hold on to that sense of humor." She opened the door, and led Ruya into what they were apparently calling the war room. There were 3 others already present. She recognized Leliana, and the commander from the mountaintop. The third was a pretty woman in an ornate, Antavan-style dress. Cassandra gestured. "You've met Commander Cullen, leader of the Inquisition's forces." He gave her a friendly smile. "It was only for a moment on the field. I'm pleased to see you survived. She returned the smile, and made a mental note to ask Varric if this was the same Cullen mentioned in his book. The introductions continued. This is Lady Josephine Montalyet, our ambassador and chief diplomat. I've heard much. Josephine gave a small curtsy, miraculously without disturbing the metal writing board she carried. It's a pleasure to meet you at last. Hadn't one of her great-grandmothers been a Montalyet? She couldn't remember at the moment. And of course you know Sister Leliana. Leliana nodded, and started to speak. My position here involves a degree of... She is our spymaster, Cassandra said, cutting the other woman off. Yes. Leliana rolled her eyes, but there was a trace of fondness in the gesture. Tactfully put, Cassandra. The leadership of the Inquisition. She was standing in a room that contained legends. Ruya willed her knees not to start shaking. Pleased to meet you all. Cassandra gestured at the table. I mentioned that your mark needs more power to close the breach for good. Leliana nodded. Which means we must approach the rebel mages for help. And I still disagree. Cullen gestured sharply. The Templars could serve just as well. We need power, Commander. Cassandra spread her hands. Enough magic poured into that mark dash. Might destroy us all. Cullen stood his ground. Ruya had a feeling this particular argument had been going on for some time. Templars could suppress the breach, weaken it so dash. Pure speculation. Leliana's voice was almost dismissive. I was a Templar. So it was the same man from Varric's book. 3 legends in one room. Josephine was going to turn out to be the Queen of Antiva. I know what they're capable of. Josephine swooped in to stop the argument. Unfortunately, neither group will even speak to us yet. The Chantry has denounced the Inquisition. She pointed her pen at Ruya. And you, specifically. Her parents were going to die of shame. They still think I'm guilty. That is not the entirety of it any longer, Josephine said. Some are calling you a mage, the Herald of Andraste. That frightens the Chantry. The remaining clerics have declared it blasphemy, and we heretics for harboring you. Cassandra gritted her teeth. Chancellor Roderick's doing, no doubt. It limits our options. Josephine sketched the air with her pen. Approaching the mages or Templars for help is currently out of the question. That name. She'd been hearing it the last couple days. It made no sense at all. Just how am I the Herald of Andraste? People saw what you did at the temple, how you stopped the breach from growing. Cassandra was watching her, face calm. They have also heard about the woman seen in the rift when we first found you. They believe that was Andraste. Even if we tried to stop that view from spreading dash. Which we have not. Cassandra interrupted Leliana. Leliana continued speaking as though the interruption had not occurred. The point is, everyone is talking about you. Cullen gave her a wry look. It's quite the title, isn't it? How do you feel about that? It's scared, confused, intimidated. A little unsettling. I'm sure the Chantry would agree. He sounded amused by the situation. It was heartening, actually, knowing someone found it as ridiculous as she did. People are desperate for a sign of hope. Leliana gestured at her. For some, you're that hope. And to others, a symbol of everything that's gone wrong, Josephine said. So if I wasn't with the Inquisition. But where else could she go? Let's be honest, they would have censured us no matter what. Cullen shrugged, and rested his hands on the hilt of his sword. And you not being here isn't an option, Cassandra added. There is something you can do. Leliana gave her an encouraging look. A Chantry cleric by the name of Mother Giselle has asked to speak with you. She is not far, and knows those involved far better than I. Her assistance could be invaluable. Finally. An actual direction. I'll see what she has to say. All right. She could do this. Leliana pointed at the map. You will find Mother Giselle tending to the wounded in the hinterlands near Red Cliff. Look for other opportunities to expand the Inquisition's influence while you are there, Cullen said. We will need agents to extend our reach beyond this valley. Josephine pointed her pen again. And you're better suited than anyone to recruit them. In the meantime, let's think of other options. Cassandra looked at each of them in turn. I won't leave this all to the Herald. Cassandra was calling her the Herald. That was. Well. Shit. Dear Lucas. First things first. I'm alive. I do not need to be rescued. I don't know what you've heard about the events of the Conclave. I don't know how much I can tell you. But I'm alive. I do not need to be rescued. Gavrin is dead. Maker, I've no idea how many others are dead. Please, I need you and Otwin to contact family. Make sure everyone is safe. Tell them the Inquisition needs them. I have to stay with the Inquisition. I am here by choice. I do not need to be rescued. I'll let you know more when I can. I do not need to be rescued. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. First things first. I'm sorry about Gavrin. I'm glad you are alive. What did Otwin find beneath that obsidian tile in the Elven ruins? If I don't get an answer back soon, I'm coming to rescue you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 3, The Hinterlands. Salas, Varric, and Cassandra accompanied her to the hinterlands. Varric chattered away, with apparently the intent of driving Cassandra insane. With some occasional help from Salas. So here we are, elf, cleaning up another human mess. What would the Inquisition do without our stabilizing influence, Master Tathras? I assume they'd just start burning things. That does sound like most humans I know. Cassandra glared at them. If you gentlemen are quite finished. Now, don't get touchy. Varric held up his hands. We're just here to lend you simple humans our help. Before you cause everything to explode. Again. Ruya tried, with some difficulty, to keep a straight face. Varric winked at her. It was fun, in its way, trekking across the land. Like something out of an adventure story. Even after being forced to go on the run, she hadn't been able to spend much time in the outdoors without risking being spotted and having Templars come down on her. Varric wasn't quite as thrilled to be out walking across the land. Actually, when he wasn't pestering Cassandra, he was complaining about the hills. She found Salas a bit away from the others at the camp. He sat on a fallen log, watching the stars. He nodded when he saw her, and gestured for her to sit next to him. Closing the breach is our primary goal, but I hope we might also discover what was used to create it. Any artifact of such power is dangerous. The destruction of the Conclave proves that much. You don't think whatever created the explosion was destroyed in the blast? She raised an eyebrow at him. You survived, did you not? He gave her an appraising look. The artifact that created the breach is unlike anything seen in this age. I will not believe it destroyed until I see the shattered fragments with my own eyes. If it could do such a thing. Ruya turned her gaze towards where the breach was visible in the sky. Was the explosion the intended use of the artifact, or had its wielder been intended something more nefarious? And if the artifact could do that, what else could it do? We would do well to try to recover whatever created the breach. Leliana's people have scoured the area near the blast and found nothing. Whatever the artifact was, it is no longer there. He shifted slightly, then looked over at her. In any case, did you need me for anything? What do you know about the Fade? A great deal, from my wanderings. There are few hard facts, but I can share what I have learned. There were a million questions she wanted to ask. She tried to narrow it down to the most pressing. I'd like to know more about the breach. Simply put, it is a tear in the veil between this world and the Fade, allowing spirits to enter the world physically. Small tears occur naturally when magic weakens the veil or when spirits cluster at an area that has seen many deaths. He used the butt of his staff to make patterns in the dirt as he spoke. But your mark allows you to exert some control over the breach. That means it was created deliberately. She turned her hand over, examining the mark as she considered his words. She'd read books in the library on the veil, but she knew enough to realize that the books were biased and limited in their way. I'd like to know more about the veil. Circle mages call it a barrier between this world and the Fade. But according to my studies in ancient elven lore, that is a vast oversimplification. Without it. He set aside the staff and gestured, sketching the air as he spoke. Imagine if spirits entered freely, if the Fade was not a place one went but a state of nature like the wind. Parts of the Fade were beautiful beyond words. It sounds like it would be wonderful. Just avoid the more dangerous locales, just like in the real world. And dangerous, but... He smiled at her. Yes. A world where imagination defines reality, where spirits are as common as trees or grass. Instead, spirits are strange and fearful, and the Fade is a terrifying world touched only by mages and dreamers. He tilted his head at her. I am glad I am not alone in seeing the beauty of such a world, along with the obvious peril. I'd like to know more about demons. Especially if they were going to keep encountering them. Your circle says that demons hate the natural world and seek to bring their chaos and destruction to the living. He spread his hands. But such simplistic labels misconstrue their motivations and, in so doing, do all a great disservice. Spirits wish to join the living, and a demon is that wish gone wrong. She drew her knees to her chest and rested her chin on them. Is there a way to coexist? To live with them, if not in peace, at least without such active confrontation. He shook his head. Not in the world we know today. The veil creates a barrier that makes such true understanding most unlikely. He smiled. But the question is a good one, and it matters that you thought to ask. We should probably get some sleep. Still a lot to do. The scout that met them was a young, freckle-faced dwarven woman with a cheerful smile. The Herald of Andraste. I've heard the stories. Everyone has. We know what you did at the breach. Everyone's a little nervous around mages right now, but you'll get no back talk here. That's a promise. She held out a hand. Inquisition Scout Harding, at your service. Ruya accepted the hand. All of us here will do whatever we can to help. Harding, huh? Varric tilted his head at her. Ever been to Kirkwall's High Town? I can't say I have. Harding gave him a confused look. Why? You'd be Harding in, oh, never mind. Cassandra made a disgusted noise. Ruya shook her head and smiled before turning her attention back to Harding. I'm starting to worry about these stories that everyone's heard. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. Harding shrugged and grinned. They only say you're the last great hope for Thedas. Ruya stood there staring at her for several seconds before she could make her voice work. Oh. Wonderful. The hinterlands are as good a place as any to start fixing things. She gestured at the soldiers. We came to secure horses from Redcliffe's old horse master. A trace of sadness entered Harding's voice. I grew up here, and people always said that Dennett's herds were the strongest and fastest this side of the Frostbacks. But with the Mage Templar fighting getting worse, we couldn't get to Dennett. Maker only knows if he's even still alive. Mother Giselle's at the crossroads helping refugees and the wounded. Our latest reports said that the war's spread there, too. Corporal Vale and our men are doing what they can to help protect the people, but they won't be able to hold out very long. You best get going. No time to lose. They found Inquisition soldiers protecting refugees caught in the middle of a pitched battle between a group of mages and a group of Templars. Despite attempts by Cassandra and Solas to make the various sides stand down, they were promptly attacked. She felt a little bad about slinging spells at them, but got over it quickly when she saw a mage indiscriminately cast towards the refugees. There were wounded. Healing spells weren't her strength, but she and Solas did what they could. They found Mother Giselle tending to wounded with the aid of other mages. She was reassuring the wounded that the mages were there to help. Mother Giselle? The kindly-faced woman nodded, and gestured for Ruya to approach. I am. And you must be the one they're calling the Herald of Andraste. Ruya glanced over at the mages engaged in healing. What you said to that soldier. We do not teach that magic is evil. We teach that pride is evil. Her eyes went to the body of one of the Templars that had attacked earlier. And does not corrupt only mages. But I did not ask you to come simply to debate with me. Then why am I here? Mother Giselle led her up the hill. I know of the Chantry's denouncement, and I'm familiar with those behind it. I won't lie to you, some of them are grandstanding, hoping to increase their chances of becoming the new divine. Some are simply terrified. So many good people, senselessly taken from us. What happened was horrible. She could still see it when she closed her eyes. Fear makes us desperate, but hopefully not beyond reason. Go to them. Convince the remaining clerics you are no demon to be feared. Mother Giselle was watching her, though her face remained kind. They have heard only frightful tales of you. Give them something else to believe. The clerics were frightened of her. It was hard to wrap her mind around that. You want me to appeal to them? If I thought you were incapable, I wouldn't suggest it. Will they even listen? Let me put it this way, you needn't convince them all. You just need some of them to doubt. Giselle gestured with her hands as though she was comparing weights. Their power is their unified voice. Take that from them, and you receive the time you need. It made sense. It's good of you to do this. I honestly don't know if you've been touched by fate or sent to help us, but I hope. Mother Giselle's gaze went out over the refugees. It rested on an old man and woman. The old man carried a small rucksack, and the woman carried a child too young to be able to walk. Hope is what we need now. The people will listen to your rallying call, as they will listen to no other. You could build the Inquisition into a force that will deliver us. She looked back to Ruya. Or destroy us. I will go to Haven and provide Sister Leliana the names of those in the chantry who would be amenable to a gathering. It is not much, but I will do whatever I can. Ruya swallowed. We'll see what we can do here for now. Cassandra pointed at a hilltop. Corporal Vale is coordinating the Inquisition's efforts in the area. We should speak with him. Ruya nodded, and headed in that direction. Corporal Vale impressed her. He hadn't been there long, but he'd identified the problems and put someone on each of them. Food and shelter were the primary concerns, but something would need to be done about the mages and Templars still fighting in the valley. The rebels and the Order had washed their hands of those remaining, but the refugees couldn't do the same. She promised the corporal that she'd keep an eye out for an available healer. Her brothers had taken her hunting before. Excursions into the wood to hunt a boar or some other trophy. Mostly, she'd just been along as an audience for their bragging. Lucas's bragging, anyway. Otwin had usually ended up distracted by something found in the ruins that made up the best of their family's hunting grounds. She wondered what they would think if they could see her now, hunting rams through the hills with lightning bolts. Probably complain it wasn't sporting. Both Cassandra and Salas knew how to dress the rams. After the first, she rolled up her sleeves and let Salas show her how it was done. Varric was helpful enough when it came to killing the things, but got a little green around the gills when it came time to do the gutting. I'm sure some of the refugees will know how to dress the hides, Ruya said as she rolled one up and stuck it into the bag. We should look for those caches as well. Salas washed his hands in the small stream before rising. We can do that while we try to find out where the Templars and mages are holed up. Ruya turned a slow circle as she looked around the valley. The mages leave signs for each other, but I'm not sure how the Templars find each other. There are many old forts and ruins around the area. Cassandra picked up one of the bundles they'd made. They will most likely be in one of those. They found a cache, and learned that the Templars apparently couldn't tell the difference between a mage staff and a shovel. Or maybe they just didn't care about the difference between a mage staff and a shovel. Twice the Templars attacked them, despite Cassandra's armor still bearing the sigil of the Seekers. A small band of mages and sellswords also attacked. A scout reported that an elven scout was missing. They found the elven scout being attacked by Templars. Ruya started to walk away, and noticed the dead mage. And the picnic. She slowly turned to raise an eyebrow at the scout. The young woman confessed to having been spending time with the mage. Varric immediately seized on the opportunity to recruit the scout to other duties, pointing out that if she could get into an apostate's pants in the middle of a war, she could likely talk anyone into anything. Ruya smiled. No doubt Varric would recognize such a talent. She closed a rift for a group of cultists, and sent them to spread word of the Inquisition. Part of her wanted to giggle at the absurdity of it all, but she managed to keep a straight face. She pointed out the first of the signs. From there, they found another, and then another, until they succeeded in locating the camp of the rebel rebellion. Taken by surprise, they put up less of a fight than she would have expected. Her healing spell took care of the burns on Cassandra's arm. The Seeker tested her range of motion, then nodded. With luck, perhaps we can also track down the renegade Templars. They looked to be coming from the opposite direction, when we followed the mage signs. Ruya considered a moment. If we head back to that burned-out part of the valley, we could track them back. She glanced at Salas and Varric. Up for it. More walking uphill through muck. Varric shrugged. Sounds delightful. Corporal Vale was pleased to hear of their success. Soldiers were dispatched to retrieve the caches and whatever could be recovered from the camps of the renegades. We should head back to Haven. Cassandra adjusted her scabbard. Mother Giselle will be reporting to Leliana. Dear Lucas. He found several interesting items, such as Verona Montanan's undergarments. And the lovely little trap you set that blue paint all over him. I do not need to be rescued. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. What's this shit I hear about you being a chosen one? The Herald of Androsta? I'm coming to rescue you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 4, Back at Camp. Cassandra was venting her frustrations on a practice dummy. Or at least, on what remained of a practice dummy. She made a disgusted noise as she tossed the destroyed dummy aside and replaced it with another. Ruya watched her for a minute. I think you need practice dummies made of sturdier stuff. The blade sent splinters flying. That would be nice. Like maybe iron. The look Cassandra gave her betrayed a momentary amusement. She started to turn back to the dummy, the side, and lowered the sword. Did I do the right thing? She ran a hand over the flat of the blade. What I have set in motion here could destroy everything I have revered my whole life. One day, they may write about me as a traitor, a madwoman, a fool. She attacked the dummy again. And they may be right. There were no easy answers to be found. What does your faith tell you? I believe you are innocent. Cassandra brought the blade up in an underhanded swing. I believe more is going on here than we can see. The next swing would have taken the head off a man. And I believe no one else cares to do anything about it. They will stand in the fire and complain that it is hot. The blade got stuck a moment in the side of the dummy, and Cassandra grunted as she pulled it out. But is this the Maker's will? She rolled her shoulders and resumed the combat stance. I can only guess. Around them, other soldiers were practicing and training. She saw a few men in Templar armor leading others in various drills. What's going to happen now? Now we deal with the Chantry's panic over you before they do even more harm. Cassandra ran through a drill that had her blocking the blows of an imaginary opponent. Then we close the breach. We are the only ones who can. After that, we find out who is responsible for this chaos, and we end them. She lifted the blade, and focused once more on the dummy. And if there are consequences to be paid for what I have done, I pay them. I only pray the price is not too high. At least she'd have good company when the Chantry finally led her to the chopping block. No. Orlay's favored gallows. They'd all hang together. You didn't have any choice. Didn't I? Cassandra lowered the blade. My trainers always said, Cassandra, you are too brash. You must think before you act. I see what must be done, and I do it. I see no point in running around in circles like a dog chasing its tail. But I misjudged you in the beginning, did I not? I thought the answer was before me, clear as day. I cannot afford to be so careless again. It wasn't like you had no reason to suspect me. A single mage, apparently stepping out of the fate as the lone survivor? If she hadn't seen the vision at the temple, she'd likely be suspecting herself as well. I was determined to have someone answer for what happened. Anyone. Cassandra set down the blade, and walked to a bench to grab a waterskin. She drank, then turned back to look at Ruya. You've said you believe you're chosen. Does that mean, you believe in the Maker? She wouldn't say she believed she was chosen, but she had to acknowledge the possibility. I believe he exists. That's. Cassandra nodded approvingly. Comforting. Surely the Maker put us both on this path for a reason. Now it simply remains to see where it leads us. There was an argument happening in front of the chantry. Templars stood on one side, mages on the other. Your kind killed the most holy. Lies. The mage sneered at the Templar. Your kind let her die. Shut your mouth, mage. The Templar reached for his sword. Colin stepped between the combatants. Enough. Knight Captain. The Templar slammed his sword back into its sheath. That is not my title. Colin's glare had both sides backing off. We are not Templars any longer. We are all part of the Inquisition. For a moment, the situation looked settled. And then Roderick's voice drifted over the crowd. And what does that mean, exactly? Back already, Chancellor? Colin rolled his eyes. Haven't you done enough? I'm curious, Commander, as to how your Inquisition and its herald will restore order as you've promised. Roderick gestured, attempting to play the crowd. Of course you are. Colin merely smirked, and ignored the question. Back to your duties, all of you. Under his gaze, the crowd dispersed. Roderick tried to enter the chantry, and Colin moved to stand in his path, arms folded. Ruya smiled to herself. Roderick was a loud mouth, but it was clear from the look on his face that he knew he was outmatched. He settled for just glaring at the armored former Templar. Colin glared right back, then his face softened slightly as he saw her approach. He gestured. Mages and Templars were already at war. Now they're blaming each other for the Divine's death. Roderick sneered. Which is why we require a proper authority to guide them back to order. Who, you? Colin actually sounded amused at the notion. Random clerics who weren't important enough to be at the conclave. The rebel Inquisition and its so-called Herald of Andraste. Roderick was actually bristling. I think not. She looked him over. So far, you're the only one who's insisting we can't work together. We might, if your Inquisition would recognize the Chantry's authority. Roderick started to step around Colin, and the bigger man shifted just enough to block him again. There is no authority until another divine is chosen. Colin's glare had Roderick taking a step backwards. In due time. Roderick gestured at her. Andraste will be our guide, not some dazed wanderer on a mountainside. Ruya shook her head and decided to ignore him. She shifted so she was facing Colin. How widespread is the violence between mages and Templars? He sighed. Impossible to say. Your organization flouting the Chantry's authority will not help matters. Colin didn't bother to respond to Roderick's words, and continued to address Ruya. With the conclave destroyed, I imagine the war between mages and Templars has renewed. With interest. The mages and Templars are fighting even though we don't know what really happened at the Temple of Sacred Ashes. Exactly why all this should be left to a new divine. Roderick gestured emphatically. If you are innocent, the Chantry will establish it as so. Colin stepped forward, forcing Roderick to take another step back. And in doing so, put himself between Ruya and Roderick. Or will be happy to use someone as a scapegoat. You think nobody cares about the truth? We all grieve Justinia's loss. But you won't grieve if the Herald of Andraste is conveniently swept under a carpet. Ruya sighed. The bickering was getting them nowhere. Well, let's hope we find solutions, and not a cathedral full of chancellors. The stuff of nightmares. Colin's lips twitched just slightly. Mock if you will. Roderick threw up his hands. I'm certain the Maker is less amused. He stalked off. Greetings, Herald of Andraste. How fares your quest to seal the breach? Ruya smiled at Mother Giselle. I'm doing everything within my power. She wished she had a clearer idea of just what that power truly was. The older woman's face was sympathetic. A task such as closing the breach is a heavy burden. I hope you do not carry it alone. We remember Andraste, but Andraste did not carry the chant of light alone. She had generals, advisors, even her husband, for a time. Do everything within your power. She laid a hand on Ruya's shoulder. But remember those who would help you. I appreciate your insight, Mother Giselle. Take it for whatever it is worth. You walk a difficult path, and there is little enough I can do to aid you. In any case, I pray this Inquisition proves less brutal than its predecessor. It wasn't the first time someone had mentioned the original Inquisition. She'd read of it, but not in depth. Can you tell me about the original Inquisition? The original Inquisition was formed after the First Blight, well before the Chantry as we know it. The Inquisitors were hunters, zealots who tracked and killed cultists and dangerous mages. As Andraste rose to power, the Inquisition came into her service. Instead of hunting those who would do harm, the Inquisitors spread the chant of light by force. Why the Inquisition then, and not something new? This is a dark chapter of history for the divine to revisit. Do you know what impresses me most about the original Inquisition? They fought horrific battles, killed and died for their cause. Mother Giselle gestured. And when it was time, they put their swords away. Perhaps the name was Divine Justinia's message, that when the Inquisition is needed, it will strike without mercy. But when its work is done, it will put its sword away. An interesting notion. Ruya stood there a moment, considering it. Perhaps the divine had always intended this to be temporary. Or perhaps she had something else in mind entirely. Is there anything I can do to help you or your people? My healers would benefit from more supplies. We have run short of even common goods with so many wounded. If you could deliver this list and the items on it to Quartermaster Thrin, she could get us what we need. It may not seem like much, but it would enable my healers to save many lives. Farewell, revered mother. Until next time. She opened the door to find Josephine engaged in an argument with an Orlesian nobleman. Try as she might, she could never quite get used to those masks. The Inquisition cannot remain, ambassador, if you can't prove it was founded on Justinia's orders. This is an inopportune time, Marquis. More of the faithful flock here each day. She looked up at Ruya, and gestured. But allow me to introduce you to the brave soul who risked her life to slow the magic of the breach. Ser Trevelyan, may I present the Marquis Durel Lion, one of Divine Justinia's greatest supporters. He gave her a nod of greeting. And the rightful owner of Haven. House Durel Lion lent Justinia these lands for a pilgrimage. This Inquisition is not a beneficiary of this arrangement. She returned the nod, and gave him a curious look. This is the first I've heard of Haven having an owner outside the Chantry. My wife, Lady Mackin of Denerim, has claimed to Haven by ancient treaty with the monarchs of Ferelden. We were honored to lend its use to Divine Justinia. She is. He caught himself, and sighed. She was a woman of supreme merit. I will not let an upstart order remain on her holy grounds. He couldn't possibly be suggesting. She frowned. People have been injured. You can't just turn them out onto the snow. And who benefits if they stay? He retorted. Divine Justinia, Marquis. Josephine's voice was sharp and firm. The Inquisition, not the Chantry, is sheltering the pilgrims who mourn her. He stared at her for a moment. Why is the Chantry ignoring the faithful? Because it remains in shock. He sighed, and she put a comforting hand on his shoulder as she continued. We face a dark time, Your Grace. Divine Justinia would not want her passing to divide us. She would, in fact, trust us to forge new alliances to the benefit of all, no matter how strange they might seem. I'll think on it, Lady Montaliet. The Inquisition might stay in the meanwhile. He gave them both a bow before departing. She watched him go before turning back to Josephine. If her memory of the map was correct, they were currently in Ferelden, not Orlais. Do the Durel Lions actually have a claim on this place? His Grace's position is not so strong as he presents it. Despite their Fereldan relations, the Durel Lions are Orlesian. If the Marquis wishes to claim Haven, Empress Celine must negotiate with Ferelden on his behalf. Her current concerns are a bit larger than a minor property disputes. And given feelings between the two nations, it was likely negotiations would not get far. I apologize for the intrusion. I didn't realize you were meeting with the Marquis. You did little harm. In truth, the debate was most beneficial as practice for those to come. You expect more people in Haven. There were already dozens more than there had been before she'd left for the hinterlands. She'd been expecting numbers to go in the opposite direction. Undoubtedly. and each visitor will spread the story of the Inquisition after they depart. An ambassador should ensure the tale is as complimentary as possible. Ruya gave a formal bow. The Inquisition is lucky to have you as an advocate, Lady Montaliet. Thank you. Let us hope so. Theda's politics have become. She searched for a polite word. Agitated of late. I hope to guide us down smoother paths. But please, excuse me. I've much work to do before the day is done. She entered the war room to find an ongoing discussion. Josephine nodded to her. Having the herald address the clerics is not a terrible idea. Colin immediately started shaking his head. You can't be serious. Josephine shifted her writing board slightly. Mother Giselle isn't wrong. At the moment, the Chantry's only strength is that they are united in opinion. And we should ignore the danger to the herald. Leliana stepped towards the table. Let's ask her. Josephine pointed her pen at Ruya. They wanted her to address the Chantry. Maybe they hadn't noticed that big staff she carried. I'm more concerned this won't actually solve any problems. I agree. Colin rested his hands on his sword hilt. It just lends credence to the idea that we should care what the Chantry says. Cassandra stepped forward. I will go with her. Mother Giselle said she could provide us names. Use them. But why? This is nothing but a dash. What choice do we have, Leliana? Cassandra gestured at the map. Right now we can't approach anyone for help with the breach. Use what influence we have to call the clerics together. Once they are ready, we will see this through. The wagon ride into Valroio was not the most comfortable journey. On the second day, Cassandra gave her an appraising look. It occurs to me I don't actually know much about you. Ruya shrugged. What do you want to know? Cassandra leaned back. Not sure. Where are you from? The circle of Magi at Ostwick, at least until the rebellion began. She smiled. Yes, I suppose that. Cassandra nodded. Would have required you to stay on the move. Tell me, do you consider the Free Marches your home? Are you eager to go back? Maybe once everything was settled back down. Until then. Wherever I am is home enough for me. Cassandra smiled. That's how I feel now, after years of tending to business for the Divine. I'd like to get to know you better. Especially if they were going to keep working together. There's. Cassandra looked down at her hands, which were fidgeting. Not much to know. Ruya laughed. You're being modest. Do you think me a braggart? Cassandra frowned. No. I think you're interesting. She sighed. As you wish. My name is Cassandra Pentagast, daughter of the royal house of Navarra, 78th in line for the Navarran throne. I joined the Seekers of Truth as a young woman, and was with the order until they withdrew from the Chantry. I remained as the Divine's right hand, carrying out her order to form the Inquisition, and here we are. Cassandra shrugged. That's all there is to know, my lady. There are a few Pentagasts in my family tree, Ruya said. Varric raised an eyebrow. So you and the Seeker are related then? Ruya shook her head. Both the Pentagasts and the Trevlians are large families. I'm related to most of the nobility in the Free Marches. Your Sebastian Vielle and I are related through my great-grandmother on my father's side, and one of my maternal great-grandmothers was an Amel. She shrugged. Go back a couple ages, you'll probably find a Tathras in there. What about you, Salas? Any family to speak of? Not particularly. Dear Lucas. I am the Herald of Androsta, and as it turns out, I am the only one that can seal the rifts. I stabilized the breach, and we are hoping I can find a way to seal it entirely. I do not need to be rescued. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. Mages and Templars are having their own little war in the hinterlands, and I'm hearing rumors that someone called the Herald of Androsta is right in the middle of it. I'm coming to rescue you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 5, Valroio. The city still mourns. Cassandra gestured at the various hangings decorating the bridge. They hadn't gone far when a woman saw them and backed away, gasping in shock and more than a little fear. Varric shrugged. Just a guess, Seeker, but I think they all know who we are. Your skills of observation never fail to impress me, Varric. A young woman dressed in the Inquisition's armor came rushing up. My Lady Herald. Cassandra blinked. You're one of Leliana's people. What have you found? The Chantry mothers await you, but... The young woman swallowed. So do a great many Templars. There are Templars here? The young woman nodded. People seem to think the Templars will protect them from the Inquisition. They're gathering on the other side of the market. I think that's where the Templars intend to meet you. Only one thing to do, then. Cassandra gestured for them to keep moving. They wish to protect the people? From us. Ruya sighed, and kept her voice calm. We knew there would be some kind of reaction. Templars. She found herself hoping she wouldn't recognize any of them. She wasn't sure she could take one of her cousins looking at her like she was a monster. But I didn't expect the Templars to make an appearance. The people may just be assuming what the Templars will do. The young woman gestured. I've heard of no concrete plans. Varric shifted his crossbow. You think the orders returned to the fold, maybe? To deal with us upstarts. I know Lord Seeker Lucius. Cassandra narrowed her eyes, then shook her head. I can't imagine him coming to the Chantry's defense, not after all that's occurred. We're doing all this to get help with the breach. Ruya tried to give her a reassuring smile. Maybe this is our chance to get the Templars on our side. Perhaps. Cassandra gestured at the young woman. Return to Haven. Someone will need to inform them if we are. She sighed. Delayed. As you say, my lady. Good people of Valroio, hear me. Together we mourn our divine. Her naive and beautiful heart silenced by treachery. The revered mother giving the speech gestured as they approached. You wonder what will become of her murderer. Well, wonder no more. You wonder what will become of her murderer. Well, wonder no more. Behind her, a half-dozen Templars shifted their positions slightly, as if unsure what to do. Behold the so-called Herald of Andraste. Claiming to rise where our beloved fell. We say this is a false prophet. The Maker would send no mage in our hour of need. All eyes turned towards her. She squared her shoulders, and let her voice ring out. You say I am the enemy. The breach in the sky is our true enemy. It's true. Cassandra moved to her side. The Inquisition seeks only to end this madness before it is too late. It is already too late. The Templars have returned to the Chantry. The mother gestured to where a small group of Templars was approaching. They will face this Inquisition, and the people will be safe once more. One of the approaching Templars cuffed her in the back of the head, and she cried out in pain as she fell. The Templar that had been guarding the mother started to step forward, and the man leading the other group put up a hand to restrain him. Still yourself. She is beneath us. Ruya wasn't particularly happy with the Chantry at the moment, but striking an unarmed Chantry mother? Gavarin would be striding forward with a blade in his hand at the very sight. What's the meaning of this? He sneered at her. Her claim to authority is an insult, much like your own. Cassandra stepped forward. Lord Seeker Lucius, it's imperative that we speak with Dash. He cut her off with a sharp gesture. You will not address me. Lord Seeker. Cassandra's voice was startled. Creating a heretical movement, raising up a puppet as Andraste's prophet. You should be ashamed. He turned towards the crowd, gesturing grandly. You should all be ashamed. The Templars failed no one when they left the Chantry to purge the mages. You are the ones who have failed. You who'd leash our righteous swords with doubt and fear. If you came to appeal to the Chantry, you are too late. The only destiny here that demands respect is mine. Ruya narrowed her eyes. Some of the men with him had faces just as shocked as Cassandra's. Maybe something could be salvaged. Colin had been a Templar, after all. Templars, one of your own commands the Inquisition's forces. Join us, as he did. You're a mage. Lucius spat at her feet. Your ties are worthless. They're all made traitors just by being in your company. A young man with a Fereldan accent shook his head. But Lord Seeker. He glanced at her. What if she really was sent by the Maker? What if The man who'd struck the mother stepped towards him. You are called to a higher purpose. Do not question. Lucius continued speaking, addressing them now, rather than the crowd. I will make the Templar Order a power that stands alone against the void. We deserve recognition. Independence. You have shown me nothing, and the Inquisition. He smirked. Less than nothing. Templars. Valroio is unworthy of our protection. We march. They stood for a moment, watching the Templars leave. Varric folded his arms. Charming fellow, isn't he? Cassandra looked aghast. Has Lord Seeker Lucius gone mad? Do you know him very well? Ruya raised an eyebrow. He took over the Seekers of Truth 2 years ago, after Lord Seeker Lambert's death. He was always a decent man, never given to ambition and grandstanding. Cassandra shook her head. This is very bizarre. Do you think he can be reasoned with? I hope so. If not him, there are surely others in the Order who don't feel as he does. Either way, we should first return to Haven and inform the others. Instead of leaving, Ruya went to check on the injured mother. The woman glared up at them. This victory must please you greatly, Seeker Cassandra. We came here seeking only to speak with the mothers. This is not your doing, but yours. And you had no part in forcing our hand? Do not delude yourself. Now we have been shown up by our own Templars, in front of everyone. And my fellow clerics have scattered to the wind, along with their convictions. She turned her gaze to Ruya. Just tell me one thing, do you truly believe you are the Maker's chosen? How does one even answer a question like that? To tell you the truth, I don't know. That is. The mother relaxed slightly. More comforting than you might imagine. I suppose it is out of our hands now. We shall see what the Maker plans in the days to come. Ruya's fingers glowed white as she touched the wound. There's got to be a way to calm everything down and clean up this mess. I hope against hope that may be the case. The mother let the other Chantry folk help her to her feet, and nodded at Ruya before leaving. Excuse me, but... One of the merchants gestured to them as they left the dais. Is that they're saying real? The Inquisition's going to fix the hole in the sky. Ruya nodded. That's what we're attempting, yes. No one is doing anything. The Chantry's useless, and the Templars. The woman gave a frustrated shake of her head, and spread her hands. Androsta, I never thought they'd abandon us. She took a deep breath. Listen. Your camp will need food. I have contacts. We'll have deliveries there in days. Cassandra blinked. You want to help the Inquisition? Never been part of something this big before, but... The woman hesitated, and then nodded firmly. If your Inquisition's going to seal the sky, I want to help. What do you think, Cassandra? Ruya glanced at the other woman. I think the woman is asking you and not me. Well, she is. The merchant glanced from one to the other. The Herald of Androsta. Yes, I understand. Haven is a mess, but we won't turn away anyone willing to help. Invite her, if it pleases you. Head to Haven, then. Ruya touched the woman's shoulder. We need good people. I don't know if I'm that, but it'll be nice to see. Thank you. They hadn't gone far when an arrow struck the ground near them. A piece of parchment was tied to it. Ruya sighed, and retrieved the parchment. She caught the highly amused look on Varric's face. Red handkerchiefs. She rolled her eyes. Cassandra touched her arm, then gestured. I believe that messenger is trying to get our attention. A few minutes later, they had an invitation to a back alley, and an invitation to a formal salon. They were walking out of the market when a voice called to them. If I might have a moment of your time. Cassandra looked like she'd swallowed a fly. Grand Enchanter Fiona. Leader of the Mage Rebellion. Salas tilted his head. Is it not dangerous for you to be here? I heard of this gathering, and I wanted to see the fabled Herald of Androsta with my own eyes. Fiona walked towards her, eyes appraising. If it's help with the breach you seek, perhaps you should look among your fellow mages. She wasn't entirely sure she considered Fiona one of her fellows. But they were going to need the mages, if they wanted to make sense of what was happening. That would have been my first choice, if you'd been willing to speak with us. We're willing now. That's the important thing. Fiona nodded. Consider this an invitation to Red Cliff, come meet with the mages. An alliance could help us both, after all. I hope to see you there. Au revoir, my Lady Herald. She walked away. Ruya was slightly surprised Cassandra let her. Come. Cassandra gestured. Let us return to Haven. Lady Trevelyan of Ostwick, representing the Inquisition. Her name, formally announced at an Orlchion salon as a representative of the Inquisition. It felt a little too much like a point of no return than Ruya was entirely comfortable with. A pair of nobles greeted her warmly. The conversation was going well enough until a third noble walked towards them. The Inquisition? What a load of pig shit. He strode down the stairs, speaking the too loud voice of someone who wants an audience. Washed-up sisters and crazed seekers? No one can take them seriously. Everyone knows it's just an excuse for a bunch of political outcasts to grab power. She kept her voice calm and polite, contrasting his grandstanding. The Inquisition is working to restore peace and order to Thedas. He sneered, but the crowd failed to back him. Here comes the outsider, restoring peace with an army. We know what your Inquisition truly is. If you were a woman of honor, you'd step outside and answer the charges. He reached behind him to grasp the hilt of his sword. She was considering taking him up on it when ice wrapped around his midsection. For just a moment she wondered if she'd inadvertently cast, then her eyes went to the woman standing at the top of the stairs. My dear Marquis, how unkind of you to use such language in my house. The woman walked down the stairs grandly. To my guests. You know such rudeness is. She tilted her head just slightly. Intolerable. Madam Vivian, I humbly beg your pardon. You should. She came to stand in front of him. Whatever am I going to do with you, my dear? She turned to Ruya. My lady, you're the wounded party in this unfortunate affair. What would you have me do with this foolish man? Acknowledging him would only provide him with legitimacy. She waved a hand casually. The Marquis doesn't interest me. Do whatever you like with him. That turned out to be a verbal castigation that left the man staggering out of the door. Vivian gestured for Ruya to follow her to a quieter corner of the manor. I'm delighted you could attend this little gathering. I've so wanted to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vivian, first enchanter of Montsamard and enchantress to the imperial court. Ruya gave her a formal bow. Charmed, Lady Vivian. Ah, but I didn't invite you to the chateau for pleasantries. Vivian glanced out the nearby window. With Divine Justina dead, the chantry is in shambles. Only the Inquisition might restore sanity and order to our frightened people. As the leader of the last loyal mages of Thedas, I feel it only right that I lend my assistance to your cause. Her very presence would lend legitimacy to them. Ruya knew the woman likely had her own motives, but it was too good an offer to pass up. The Inquisition will be happy to have you, Lady Vivian. Great things are beginning, my dear. I can promise you that. They fought their way through a small band of armed men, all of which seemed to know exactly who they were. Ruya started to walk through a door, then ducked back as a very small fireball struck the door. Herald of Andrasta. How much did you expend to discover me? The masked man gestured at her. It must have weakened the Inquisition immeasurably. Ruya glanced back at her companions, all of which shrugged. She turned to look at the man again. I don't know who you are. You don't fool me. He gestured as though putting on a performance. I'm too important for this to be an accident. My efforts will survive in victories against you elsewhere. There was a scrambling sound, and they both looked to see his bodyguard falling to the ground. An elven woman drew back a bow. Just say what dot. What is the dash? She shot him in the face, right through the eye hole of his mask. You. The elven woman strode over and retrieved her arrow. Squishy one, but you heard me, right? Just say what. Rich tits always try for more than they deserve. Blah blah blah. Obey me. Arrow in my face. She stood. So, you followed the notes well enough. Glad to see you're. She tilted her head at Ruya. You're kind of plain, really. All that talk, and then you're just. She gestured with the arrow. A person. I mean, it's all good, innit? The most important thing is, you glow? You're the herald thingy. They say I'm the herald of Andraste. Ruya stared at the elven woman. But who are you, and what's this about? No idea, I don't know this idiot from Manners. My people just said the Inquisition should look at him. Your people? Ruya raised an eyebrow. Elves. Ha. No. People. Name's Sira. This is cover. She gestured. Get round it. When they gave her blank looks, Sira shrugged. For the reinforcements. Don't worry. Someone tipped me their equipment shed. She lowered her voice and giggled. They've got no britches. Friends really came through with that tip. Sira didn't as much laugh as cackle. No britches. She turned back to Ruya. So, Herald of Andraste. You're a strange one. I'd like to join. They'd just been attacked by a dozen half-naked men. Could we take a few moments for sense to reassert itself? Ruya shook her head. Who are you people? I'm not people, but I get what you want. It's like this. Sira gestured. I sent you a note to look for hidden stuff by my friends. The friends of Red Jenny. That's me. She pointed at herself, then shrugged. Well, I'm one. So is a fence in Montfort, some woman in Kirkwall. There were 3 in Starkhaven. Brothers or something. It's just a name, yeah? It lets little people, friends, be part of something while they stick it to nobles they hate. So here, in your face, I'm Sira. The friends of Red Jenny are sort of out there. I used them to help you. She jerked a thumb at her quiver. Plus arrows. Ruya tried, somewhat in vain, to make sense of the torrent of words. Hidden information? The Inquisition has spies already. Can you add to these professionals? Here's how it is. You important people are up here, shoving your cods around. Blah, blah, I'll crush you, I'll crush you. Sira wrapped her arms around an imaginary person and made kissing noises. Oh, crush you. Ahem. Then you've got cloaks and spikings. Like this tit. She gestured at the dead man. Or was he one of the little knives, all serious with his? She scratched her head. Little knife. All those secrets, and what gave him up? Somehow Seaboy who don't know shite, but knows a bad person when he sees one. So no, I'm not knifey shiv dark, all hidden. But if you don't listen down here too, you risk your britches. Like those guards. I stole their. Sira trailed off, then looked at Ruya. Look, do you need people or not? I want to get everything back to normal. Like you. Maybe Leliana could figure this out. All right, Sira. I can use you and your friends. Yes. Get in good before you're too big to like. That'll keep your britches where they should be. Plus extra britches, because I have all these. Sira blinked. You have merchants who buy that pish, yeah? Got to be worth something. Anyway, Haven. See you there, Harold. This will be grand. She hopped over a fence, and was gone. What just happened? Ruya asked. You recruited a crazy person, Varric replied. Ruya blinked. Why? Good question. Dear Lucas. I am leaving the hinterlands and heading towards Valroio. I'll be gone before you arrive. I do not need to be rescued. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. Orlshians. I am definitely coming to rescue you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 6, The Threat Remains. The journey back had been quiet. Ruya wasn't the only one lost in her thoughts. They'd accomplished what they had set out to do, but she wasn't sure she'd call what happened a victory. Despite her misgivings about Fiona, the woman certainly seemed more reasonable than the Lord Seeker. She glanced at Cassandra. Do we have any contacts inside the Templars? Few, Cassandra said. Colin brought a number of Templars and recruits with him when he joined us. She tilted her head. You have ties within the Templars as well, do you not? Until my magic manifested, I was intended to become a Templar. Ruya sighed. I have cousins in their number, and within the Chantry itself. My brother, Otwin, might know how to contact them. Your brother is a Templar. Varric raised an eyebrow. Ruya shook her head. He's a scholar, active in the Chantry. But he was always the one who kept in touch with everyone. I wrote him and Lucas to let them know I survived. She glanced down at her hand. But I wasn't sure how much I could really tell them about. She sighed. Well, everything, really. Cassandra nodded. Mention him to Josephine. She can use your ties to reach out. Josephine was waiting for them the moment they set foot in the Chantry. It's good you've returned. We heard of your encounter. Cassandra blinked. You heard. My agents in the city sent word ahead, of course. Leliana walked towards them, flanked by Cullen. It's a shame the Templars have abandoned their senses as well as the capital. Cullen's voice betrayed irritation, and more than a little anger. Ruya looked around at the three of them. We had to do something, and now we have an opportunity. Yes. Josephine punctuated the statement by stabbing her pen into the air. And we have the opening we need to approach the Templars and the mages. Do we? Cassandra shook her head. Lord Seeker Lucius is not the man I remember. True. He has taken the order somewhere, but to do what? My reports have been. Leliana frowned. Very odd. We must look into it. Colin folded his arms. I'm certain not everyone in the order will support the Lord Seeker. Or the Herald could simply go meet the mages in Red Cliff, instead. Josephine gestured at Colin with the pen. He turned to face her and shook his head. You think the Mage Rebellion is more united? It could be 10 times worse. Clearly, this argument had been going on for some time. She felt a stab of irritation. Or you could stop bickering and make a decision. Make her help her, she sounded just like her mother. Cassandra gave her a sharp but approving nod. I agree. The other three looked abashed. Josephine was the first to recover. We shouldn't discount Red Cliff. The mages may be worth the risk. They are powerful, Ambassador, but more desperate than you realize. Cassandra drummed her fingers on her sword hilt. Ruya frowned, and considered. You think the invitation could be some kind of trap? If some among the rebel mages were responsible for what happened at the conclave? Cassandra trailed off, but nodded again. Josephine gestured with her pen again. The same could be said about the Templars. True enough. Colin reluctantly nodded, and then sighed. Right now, I'm not certain we have enough influence to approach the Order safely. Then the Inquisition needs agents in more places. Cassandra turned to Ruya. That's something you can help with. In the meantime, we should consider other options. Josephine started towards the war room, and Cullen and Cassandra followed. It took Ruya a moment to realize Leliana had remained behind. The spymaster turned to her. Leliana's expression was odd. There is one other matter. Not long ago, the Grey Wardens of Ferelden vanished. I sent word to those in Orlais, but they have also disappeared. Ordinarily, I wouldn't even consider the idea they're involved in all this, but the timing is. She sighed. Curious. Why would Wardens vanish? Maker, what if this trouble meant another blight? That does sound odd, I agree. The others have disregarded my suspicion, but I cannot ignore it. Leliana fidgeted a little with a sleeve. 2 days ago, my agents in the hinterlands heard news of a Grey Warden by the name of Blackwall. If you have the opportunity, please seek him out. There was tension in her voice. Perhaps he can put my mind at ease. And if he can't? Something flashed in Leliana's eyes. Then there may be more going on than we thought. After so long in a carriage, walking around Haven with Salas was enjoyable despite the chill in the air. He glanced at her. As I explored the Fade, I felt the presence of an intriguing artifact in the hinterlands. If you are willing, I would like to locate it. I have marked its location as best I could determine. We'll likely head back there soon. We still need to locate that horseman. She stretched her arms up above her head, relishing the ability to move freely. Can you ride? I tend to prefer my own feet as a method of transportation. Salas demonstrated a better method of collecting elfruit than her normal tactic of simply grabbing the entire plant. I'd like to know more about you, Salas. A trace of wariness appeared in his eyes. Why? You're an apostate, yet you risked your freedom to help the Inquisition. He shrugged. Not the wisest course of action when framed that way. I appreciate the work you're doing, Salas. She smiled. I just wanted to know more about you. I am sorry. He glanced over his shoulder back to where the soldiers were training. With so much fear in the air. He turned back to her. What would you know of me? What made you start studying the Fade? I grew up in a village to the north. There was little to interest a young man, especially one gifted with magic. But as I slept, spirits of the Fade showed me glimpses of wonders I had never imagined. I treasured my dreams. Being awake, out of the Fade, became troublesome. The dreams that had come in the days before her magic manifested had been fascinating. And frightening. Did spirits try to tempt you? No more than a brightly colored fruit is deliberately tempting you to eat it. He stopped, and pointed to where a family of Druffalo were playing in the snow. She smiled at the sight. I learned how to defend myself from more aggressive spirits and how to interact safely with the rest. I learned how to control my dreams with full consciousness. There was so much I wanted to explore. I gather you didn't spend your entire life dreaming. No, eventually I was unable to find new areas in the Fade. Why? Salas spread his hands. 2 reasons. He lifted one hand. First, the Fade reflects the world around it. Unless I traveled, I would never find anything new. He lifted the other. Second, the Fade reflects and is limited by our imaginations. To find interesting areas, one must be interesting. Life was certainly becoming interesting. Is that why you joined the Inquisition? He smiled at the question. I joined the Inquisition because we are all in terrible danger. His shoulders twitched carelessly. If our enemies destroyed the world, I would have nowhere to lay my head while dreaming of the Fade. She laughed. I wish you luck. Thank you. In truth, I have enjoyed experiencing more of life to find more of the Fade. How so? She raised an eyebrow curiously. You train your will to control magic and withstand possession. He gestured at her. Your indomitable focus is an enjoyable side benefit. You have chosen a path whose steps you do not dislike because it leads to a destination you enjoy. As have I. They stopped at the crest of the hill. There were more travelers on the road below them, heading into Haven. Most looked to be farmers and peasants, but a few wore armor and carried weapons. You said you'd traveled to many different places. This world, or its memory, is reflected in the Fade. Dream in ancient ruins, and you may see a city lost to history. Some of my fondest memories were found in crumbling cities long picked dry by treasure seekers. He gestured. The best are the battlefields. Spirits press so tightly on the veil that you can slip across with but a thought. Any place in particular? I dreamt at Ostagar. His voice took on the cadence of a practiced storyteller. I witnessed the brutality of the Darkspawn and the valor of the Ferelden warriors. I saw Alistair and the hero of Ferelden light the signal fire. He gazed off into the distance. And Loghain's infamous betrayal of Kaelin's forces. Her jaw dropped, and it took her a moment to find her voice. I've heard the stories. It would be interesting to hear what it was really like. That's just it. He turned to meet her eyes. In the Fade, I see reflections created by spirits who react to the emotions of the warriors. He used his staff to sketch the snow as he spoke. One moment, I see heroic wardens lighting the fire and a power-mad villain sneering as he lets King Kaelin fall. The next, I see an army overwhelmed and a veteran commander refusing to let more soldiers die in a lost cause. And you can't tell which is real. It is the Fade. He used his staff to blend the sketches together. They are all real. She leaned on a tree, and watched him. Have you always traveled and studied alone? Not at all. I have built many lasting friendships. Spirits of wisdom, possessed of ancient knowledge, happy to share what they had seen. Spirits of purpose helped me search. Even wisps, curious and playful, would point out treasures I might have missed. I don't know of any spirits by those names. They rarely seek this world. He sighed. When they do, their natures do not often survive exposure to the people they encounter. Wisdom and purpose are too easily twisted to pride and desire. You're saying that you became friends with pride and desire demons. They were not demons for me. In everything she'd read at the circle, spirits and demons blended together. Only a few writers bothered making the distinction, and even those spoke of the danger of any spirit. Meaning. The fade reflects the minds of the living. If you expect a spirit of wisdom to be a pride demon, it will adapt. He gestured. And if your mind is free of corrupting influences? If you understand the nature of the spirit? They can be fast friends. Ruya considered the notion. How would one go about even trying to befriend a spirit? I'm impressed that you could become friends with spirits. Anyone who can dream has the potential. Few ever try. My friends comforted me in grief and shared my joy. A trace of anger entered his voice, and his gestures became sharper. Yet because they exist without form as we understand it, the Chantry declares that spirits are not truly people. Is Cassandra defined by her cheekbones and not her faith? Varric by his chest hair and not his wit? 10 minutes of conversation, and she'd learned more than she had in months of study. I hadn't thought about it that way, but I see your point. He caught himself, and then gave her a somewhat surprised look. Thank you. Few are willing to entertain such a notion. The elven woman looked up, then looked again and immediately jumped to her feet. You're the Herald. Or, well, the one they're calling the Herald, anyway. It's odd to see them accepting a mage as their hero. First we're too dangerous to let out of the circles, and then we're apostate rebels. She shrugged. But they seem to like you. My name is Minov. I research demons and other creatures. Seeker Pentagast and I use what I find to help the soldiers fight them. Ruya chatted with the young woman while waiting for Josephine to finish her conversation with one of the newcomers. She found herself liking Minov. It was good to meet another mage that didn't see all Templars as the enemy. Josephine waited until Ruya had finished chatting with Minov. Ah, Lady Trevelyan. May I have a moment? I'd like to discuss your parents. Ruya nodded. She'd come to bring up that very topic. What would you like to know? I'd like to dispatch a courier asking the bands of House Trevelyan to align themselves with us. What are your thoughts? Should we approach your family for their formal support of the Inquisition? Josephine gestured with the pen as she spoke. My parents are on a first-name basis with most priests in Ostwick, and I have a dozen cousins in the Chantry. Ruya shook her head and smiled. When they hear I've been touched by Androsta, you'll have to stop them from giving you money. I'll take that as a yes. Valroyao has noted your lineage. It gives the Inquisition some legitimacy, although not so much as we'd hoped. Why not? You are from Ostwick. Orlshian nobles consider the free marches somewhat. Josephine took a moment to select her word. Quaint. Several angry responses came to her tongue and she forced them all away. Patriotism had its place, but with everything else going on, what did she care about what a bunch of snail-eating mask-wearing buffoons thought about her country? At least the citizens of Ostwick knew better than to eat cheese with mold on it. Even though I'm a mage? That doesn't give them pause. You're not an unfamiliar sight. Mages from noble families are given more leeway. Josephine shrugged. Besides, Ostwick's circle had a reputation for being rather sedate. It had been. Right up until the rebellion. My parents made arrangements. I visited home from time to time. What parent wouldn't want to prevent their child from growing into a stranger? Josephine smiled. It must have soured your relations with the Templars. Ruya shook her head. I have family in the Templars. We'd travel together for the visits. She glanced away for a moment. Templars at Ostwick were even-handed enough. A few were almost friendly. Commander Cullen will be pleased. For a man no longer with the order, he takes its faults quite personally. Josephine sighed. This place is no bastion of civilization, not like the Circle. I hope you don't find the living conditions in Haven too rustic for someone of your station. More than once in the past year, she'd ended up sleeping in a damp cave. Don't worry about me. Haven's more than livable. Really? Josephine's voice was doubtful. If that is how you feel, I'm pleased to hear it. Until next time, my lady. She walked down to where the soldiers were practicing under Cullen's watchful eye. You there? There's a shield in your hand. Block with it. If this man were your enemy, you would be dead. He turned to the Templar standing with him. Lieutenant, don't hold back. The recruits must prepare for a real fight, not a practice one. Yes, Commander. The Templar moved to where some soldiers were practicing, and started correcting their footwork. Cullen noted her, and stepped back to join her. We've received a number of recruits, locals from Haven and some pilgrims. He smiled. None made quite the entrance you did. I just hope I can help. As do we all. It is enough that you would try. He gestured for her to walk with him. I was recruited to the Inquisition in Kirkwall, myself. I was there during the Mage Uprising. I saw firsthand the devastation it caused. A young man rushed up and handed him a piece of parchment. Ser. Cullen accepted it, then looked it over and handed it back before turning his attention back to Ruya. Cassandra sought a solution. When she offered me a position, I left the Templars to join her cause. His eyes went to the breach. Now it seems we face something far worse. I must have this mark for a reason. It will work. I'm sure of it. She wasn't sure which of them she was trying to convince. Provided we can secure aid. His voice betrayed doubts similar to her own. But I'm confident we can. The Chantry lost control of both Templars and Mages. Now they argue over a new divine while the breach remains. He gestured. The Inquisition could act when the Chantry cannot. Our followers would be part of that. There's so much we can. He caught himself, and gave her an apologetic look. Forgive me. I doubt you came here for a lecture. The cause was worthy, of that she had no doubt. It was good to know at least one other person was enthusiastic about the idea of just getting out there and helping people. No, but if you have one prepared, I'd love to hear it. Cullen laughed. Another time perhaps. He cleared his throat, and for a moment it looked like he was actually blushing. There's still a lot of work ahead. The young runner came back with another piece of parchment. Commander. Ser Relan has a report on our supply lines. He rolled his eyes. As I was saying. She laughed, and gave him a small bow before leaving him to his duties. Vivian appeared to be settling in nicely. She raised an eyebrow when Ruya approached. You came from the Circle at Ostwick, did you not? Senior Enchanter Lydia was a dear friend of mine. Were you at all acquainted? Ruya nodded. Lydia was my instructor. She was almost a mother to me. I never met a wiser soul than her. Vivian sighed. I understand she was killed by one of her own students when the Ostwick Circle rebelled. I think we both agree that this war must end. Ibram became an abomination. He tried to attack the infirmary the Templars had set up for their wounded. Lydia held a barrier to try to buy time. Ruya sighed. There were too many demons. I couldn't get to her fast enough. She saved many lives, at the cost of her own. She was silent for a moment. The war benefits no one. It must end, and order must be restored. If only the rebels saw things so clearly. Vivian's voice held a note of anger. Justinia's death has shattered the balance of power in Thetis. If it is not restored quickly, countless lives will be lost. Mages, Templars, innocent people of all kinds now look to the Inquisition to decide their fate. And so many of them were looking at her. I'll try not to let them down. Failure is a luxury we cannot afford, my dear. Vivian nodded. For almost 1,000 years, the world believed it was in the hands of the Maker. Her dark eyes were appraising, and Ruya felt as though she'd been thoroughly weighed and measured. And now many believe that you are the agent of his will. Whatever the truth is, that belief gives you power. Once this is over, the task of speaking for the Maker will be the Chantry's problem again. Assuming the Chantry ever got its act together. Surely there was someone who could take the reins of all this. That's reassuring to hear. Vivian glanced at the books piled on the desk she'd claimed. I've stolen enough of your time, my dear. Don't let me keep you. A young man, at least she was pretty sure he was a young man, let her know there was a mercenary captain out on the storm coast that would like to join the Inquisition. She promised she'd look into it, and went to go mention it to Leliana. Leliana was praying. Blessed are the peacekeepers, the champions of the just. Blessed are the righteous, the lights in the shadow. In their blood the Maker's will is written. She dropped her hands. Is that what you want from us? Blood? To die so that your will is done? Is death your only blessing? The spymaster shook her head, then looked at Ruya. You speak for Androsta, no? What does the Maker's prophet have to say about all of this? What's his game? I speak for no one but myself, and I have no answers for you. She didn't even have answers for herself. Then we can only guess at what he wants. The Chantry teaches that the Maker abandoned us. He demands repentance for our sins. He demands it all. Our lives. Our deaths. Leliana punched the cabinet hard enough to crack the wood. Justinia gave him everything she had, and he let her die. I'm sorry. Her death has clearly hit you hard. Not just me. All of us. She was the divine. She led the faithful. She was their heart. If the Maker doesn't intervene to save the best of his servants, what good is he? I used to believe I was chosen, just as some say you are. Leliana shook her head angrily. I thought I was fulfilling his purpose for me, working with the divine, helping people. But now they're dead. It was all for nothing. Serving the Maker meant nothing. Maybe you have another purpose. One of the best things about working for the Inquisition is that it gave her something to do, kept her from feeling helpless in this huge mess. I could help you find it. No, this is my burden. Leliana collected herself. I regret that I even let you see me like this. It was a moment of weakness. It won't happen again. Come. To work then. We will speak later. Sira, it seemed, had found the tavern. So, this is it, huh? The elven woman gave Haven a disapproving look. Oh, no, it's fine, yeah? It's just, I thought it'd be bigger. Pfft. That would have been hilarious if you were a man, right? Wasted. Anyway, stopping wars should earn more sovereigns than this. Need things back to normal for coins to be flowing again. Another reason the Templars and mages need to be sat down. Ruya caught maybe one word in 5. I'm pretty sure the conclave proved it's not that easy. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Why? Because someone yelled it real loud. Sira smacked the table. Make them prove it. They're too busy to look up where the real questions are. She sighed. Conversing with this woman reminded her of the time Lucas had downed 2 glasses of aqua lucidus. Right, they should know it's a simple job. End all war, stitch the sky. Sira gave her a confused look, and Ruya clarified. The easy one first, of course. Sira laughed, rocking back in the chair. You're daft, yeah? Most people get special, they lose their snark. Can't see how stupid it all is. I think I'll like you, Lady Harold. Maybe you are a little touched, yeah. Arguing just wasted everyone's time. As long as the job gets done, I don't care about the rest. Fact. Spare the frills, just get it all back to normal. Best plan I've heard. Sira tilted her head. Only plan I've heard, really. Everyone up their own arses. She slapped the table again. Let's get things done. Dear Lucas. Valroio went. I need you to get word to the rest of the family. Warn them. I saw the Lord Seeker have a revered mother beaten. Something is wrong and I don't yet know what it is, but we're going to fix it. Josephine said she will write you as well. I'm safe with the Inquisition and don't need to be rescued. That may not be true for the others. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. I have already begun getting the word out. The family is gathering. I haven't found everyone, and I fear there are some that may have already answered the Lord Seeker's call. I did receive the letter from Josephine, and have turned my hounds over to Sister Nightingale. You should hear what people are saying about you. Andrastes will made manifest. You're in the middle of a holy war, little sister. I'm coming to rescue you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 7, Recruiting. They'd cleared the Templars and mages, only for bandits to move in. They dispatched the first batch on their way to the location the scouts had provided for the Grey Warden. Salas noted the men seemed rather well coordinated and equipped for bandits, and Ruya agreed. A trek around the pond gave them their first glimpse of their target. Or Ruya assumed the man wearing the griffin emblazoned breastplate was their target. He was drilling 3 other men in shield work. She glanced over her shoulder at Cassandra, who gave her a shrug. Ruya returned the shrug, and headed towards the man. Blackwool. Warden Blackwool. He turned towards her, his expression startled. You're not Desh. He took a few steps towards her. How do you know my name? Who sent? He must have caught something out of the corner of his eye, because he was able to bring up his shield in time to block the arrow that would have hit her. That's it. Help or get out. We're dealing with this idiots first. She could live with that. Salas put up a barrier around the trainees as Ruya used lightning to strike at the back ranks of the approaching bandits. Blackwool and Cassandra charged in, the trainees only a few steps behind them. She could hear Sira cackling as the elven woman put an arrow into the, well, that looked painful. Sorry bastards. Blackwool rose from where he'd been checking one of the dead men. He turned towards the trainees. Good work, conscripts, even if this shouldn't have happened. They could have. He shrugged. Well, thieves are made, not born. Take back what they stole. Go back to your families. You saved yourselves. He waited until the trainees were disappearing into the distance before turning to face her. You're no farmer. Why do you know my name? Who are you? I know your name because I'm an agent of the Inquisition. She gestured towards the valley, where the Inquisition's camp could just barely be made out in the distance. I'm investigating whether the disappearance of the Wardens has anything to do with the murder of the Divine. He actually looked insulted. Maker's balls, the Wardens, and the Divine. That can't. He shook his head. No, you're asking, so you don't really know. He paced a length of shoreline. First off, I didn't know they disappeared. But we do that, right? No more blight, job done, Wardens are the first thing forgotten. But one thing I'll tell you, no Warden killed the Divine. Our purpose isn't political. I'm not here to accuse. She started to hold up a reassuring hand, then considered. Not yet. I just need information. I've only found you. Where are the rest? I haven't seen any Wardens for months. I travel alone, recruiting. Not much interest because the Archdemon is a decade dead, and no need to conscript because there's no blight coming. Treaties give Wardens the right to take what we need. Who we need. These idiots forced this fight, so I conscripted their victims. They had to do what I said, so I told them to stand. Next time they won't need me. His eyes became distant. Grey Wardens can inspire, make you better than you think you are. It sounded plausible enough. Leliana knew something of the Wardens, she could always verify the information with her later. I wasn't aware Grey Wardens could take whatever they want. It's complicated. If there's a blight, everyone has to help the effort to fight it. The treaties are ancient. He twitched a shoulder. Outside of blights, it's as binding as a clever tongue can make it. That sounded a bit more reasonable. Do you have any idea where the other Wardens could have gone? He considered the question, then shook his head. Maybe they returned to our stronghold at Weishaupt? That's in the Anderfels, a long way north. He adjusted the strap on his shield. I don't really know. Can't imagine why they'd all disappear at once, let alone where they'd disappear to. She glanced over her shoulder at her companions, then back to Blackwool. Why haven't you gone missing like the rest of them? Well, maybe I was going to. He narrowed his eyes. Or maybe there's a new directive, but a runner got lost or something. My job was to recruit on my own. Planned to stay that way for months. Years. Leliana was likely not going to be pleased that they'd found more questions than answers. Or maybe she would be. Ruya hadn't quite figured out what to make of the woman yet. It's been a pleasure, Warden Blackwell, but this didn't help at all. She'd gone only a few steps when he called after her. Inquisition. Agent, did you say? Hold a moment. He walked to catch up. The divine is dead, and the sky is torn. Events like these, thinking we're absent is almost as bad as thinking we're involved. If you're trying to put things right, maybe you need a warden. Maybe you need me. The Inquisition needs all the support it can get, but what can one Grey Warden do? He drew himself up and gave her a steady look. Save the fucking world, if pressed. He glanced over his shoulder at where the breach was visible in the sky. Look, maybe fighting demons from the sky isn't something I'm practiced at, but show me someone who is. And like I said, there are treaties. Maybe this isn't a blight, but it's bloody well a disaster. Some will honor them. Being a warden means something to a lot of people. Valid points. And a man who cared enough to protect people from bandits seemed exactly the sort they sorely needed right now. Warden Blackwell, the Inquisition accepts your offer. Sierra and Blackwell seemed to hit it off immediately. It was rather nice to have someone along who seemed to be able to follow the elven woman's chatter. With 2 warriors, 2 archers, and 2 mages, the bandits didn't stand a chance. Locating Salas's artifact didn't take them long. A Dalish woman was seeking the same thing, and they joined forces. The Dalish woman was rather arrogant until Salas said something in Elvish. Then she got wary. They slew some demons and activated the artifact. Ruya examined it for a few moments before realizing she had absolutely no idea what the thing really was. Salas convinced the Dalish woman, Miris, to hand over some trinket she'd found. For a moment, Ruya considered inviting Miris to join the Inquisition. She glanced at Salas, then decided against it. It was clear he didn't trust the woman, and thus far his judgment had proved sound. The veil fire was fascinating, and uncovered an enchantment. She took notes and tucked them away in her belt pouch. Surely one of the crafters back at Haven could do something with the enchantment. We should let Corporal Vale know we took care of the bandits. She considered their next course of action. Then head up to the coast and locate this Iron Bull fellow. They were halfway back to the Inquisition camp before she realized that Cassandra had simply followed her lead instead of the other way around. Your worship. For what it's worth, welcome to the Storm Coast. Harding's normally cheerful face wore a look of concern. I would have sent word sooner, but our efforts have been delayed. Ruya really hoped the title was Harding's idea of a joke and not something people were actually calling her. How so? Harding pointed. There's a group of bandits operating in the area. They know the terrain, and our small party has had trouble going up against them. Some of our soldiers went to speak with their leader. Harding tossed a worried look over her shoulder. Haven't heard back, though. I'll do what I can to find our people. Thank you, your worship. That's a relief. She gestured at the map spread out on a stump. The soldiers didn't have an exact location for the bandits, but they were starting their search farther down the beach. She sighed. With all this fuss, we haven't been able to conduct a proper search for the wardens, either. Her cheery smile returned. Well, good luck, and enjoy the sea air. I hear it's good for the soul. On the shore, a group was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of Tevinter. They were skilled, that much was obvious. By the time she and her companions had reached them, the fight was all but over. A booming voice carried over the shoreline. Chargers, stand down. A massive man cleaned off the edge of an axe that probably weighed more than she did. Krem. How'd we do? The young man she'd spoken to earlier replied. 5 or 6 wounded, chief. No dead. That's what I like to hear. Let the throat cutters finish up, then break out the casks. He turned, and walked towards her. So you're with the Inquisition, huh? Glad you could make it. Come on, have a seat. Drinks are coming. She'd seen a few cuneri around the temple, but not up close. He was almost a foot taller than she was, and probably the same in width. She'd seen dragons with smaller horns. Iron bull, I presume. He nodded. Yeah, the horns usually give it away. He gestured as he seated himself on a piece of driftwood. I assume you remember Kermisius A. Classy, my lieutenant. Cram gave a small bow. Good to see you again. He turned his attention to Iron Bull. Throat cutters are done, Chief. Already? Have 'em check again. I won't want any of those Tevinter bastards getting away. No offense, Krem. None taken. He shrugged. Least a bastard knows who his mother was. Puts him one up on you cuneri, right? Sue. Iron Bull waited until Krem was a few paces away before looking up at her. Even seated, he didn't have to look up much. We're expensive, but we're worth it. He gave a pointed look at the dead Tevinter. And I'm sure the Inquisition can afford us. How much is this going to cost me, exactly? She had no real idea what the Inquisition could afford. He shrugged. It wouldn't cost you anything personally, unless you wanna buy drinks later. Your ambassador, what's her name, Josephine? We'd go through her and get the payments set up. He gestured lazily. The gold will take care of itself. Don't worry about that. All that matters is we're worth it. She looked over the band. They were chatting with each other, the lazy high spirits she recognized as friends glad to be alive. A few were already exchanging what passed for wit with Blackwell, Varric, and Syrah. Cassandra's expression said she wasn't sure what to make of the group. And Salas was examining a seashell. The Chargers seem like an excellent company. They are. The pride in his voice was evident. But you're not just getting the boys. You're getting me. He gestured at himself. You need a frontline bodyguard, I'm your man. Whatever it is, demons, dragons? The bigger the better. He rose, and took a few steps further away from the others. And there's one more thing. Might be useful, might piss you off. Ever hear of the Ben Hasrat? They're a cuneri organization, right? She'd read little of the cuneri. Half of what she knew came from Varric's book, and she was fairly confident he'd taken liberties. The equivalent of their guards and city watch. I'd go closer to spies, but yeah, that's them. He turned towards her. Or, well, us. He shrugged. The Ben Hasrat are concerned about the breach. Magic out of control like that could cause trouble everywhere. I've been ordered to join the Inquisition, get close to the people in charge, and send reports on what's happening. But I also get reports from Ben Hasrat agents all over Orlais. You sign me on, I'll share them with your people. You're a cuneri spy, and you just... She slowly shook her head. Told me. Whatever happened at that conclave thing, it's bad. Someone needs to get that breach closed. He nodded to her. So whatever I am, I'm on your side. Just what the Inquisition needed. Their very own spy/battering ram. Still, this seemed like the kind of thing that would interest Leliana. All right. You're in. Excellent. He turned, and shouted towards his lieutenant. Krem, tell the men to finish drinking on the road. The Chargers just got hired. After a brief battle, they found the bodies of the Inquisition soldiers strewn about a ruined farmhouse. From the looks of things, they'd been led into a trap. We should see that their families are notified, Salas said. Agreed. Look around, see if you can find anything. A few minutes later, they had a map to the bandit camp, and something about a crest of mercy that would enable them to challenge the bandit leader without having to fight their way through the entire camp. It took her and Salas only a few minutes to put one together. Our men were murdered by a group called the Blades of Hessarian. Ruya sighed. Knowing who had done it didn't make it easier. She wasn't looking forward to telling Harding. Cassandra shook her head and glared. Hessarian's blade is supposed to represent mercy, not random slaughter. Someone's come with a challenge. The people on guard stepped to the side to let Ruya and her party pass. The others failed. Ruya continued walking forward through the gate confidently, despite the corpses handing from the posts above her head. The camp looked well defended. If this didn't work, they might be in some trouble. As they caught sight of the crest around her neck, the bandits parted to let her continue on her way. Their leader was big enough that for a moment, she wished she'd brought Iron Bull along for this. So you would challenge the Blades of Hessarian. You killed soldiers of the Inquisition. She was pleasantly surprised that her voice remained firm and strong. We cannot let this stand. You want justice? Claim it. He howled a war cry as he started towards her. She unleashed the spell she'd gathered, throwing him backwards into a boulder that seemed to be serving as a trophy stand. Two armor-covered Mabari rushed towards her, and Cassandra and Blackwell instantly took up defensive positions. As the bandit leader got to his feet, she manifested more lightning, sending it as a series of small blasts so he couldn't dodge them all. She had to use a third spell before he went down for good. He twitched, then went still. It's done. Provided no one stabs you in the back on the way out. Varric helpfully provided reassurance. One of the men approached her. Your worship. He bowed. The Blades of Hessarian are at your service. If you want eyes on the coast, here we are. I've not heard of the Blades of Hessarian. The blade, yes, but not the blades. Our work is often misunderstood, but we serve Androsta and whoever proves worthy of wielding us. This seemed a little, well, easy wasn't exactly the word she'd use. Maybe simple? You and your blades are loyal to the Inquisition. We're loyal to you. He shrugged. I suppose that's the same thing, your worship. So there's no ill will over what happened with your former boss. He glanced at the corpse, and she saw his mouth actually twitch into a smile. The man was a bastard. You're not the first to stand up to him. You're just the first to win, and we're happy with that. He bowed again. Besides, I would rather swear my life to the Herald of Androsta. And just like that, she had her own bandit army. They headed back into the hinterlands to seek out the Horse Master. What he ended up wanting was slightly more complicated. First they had to kill some wolves, and then they had to put up some watchtowers. The horse he gave her was magnificent. Lucas would have been green with envy over the creature. She was sorry to leave it at the camp, but it wasn't fair for her to ride while her friends walked. A rift was hanging in the air above some crops. There was no way around trampling the seedlings, but at least they managed to get it sealed. How many does that make? Ruya asked Varric. 8, by my count. Based on the reports we've received, there are plenty more. Cassandra picked up a strange bit of something from where the rift had been, and tucked it into their pack for Maneve to examine. The farms are safer now, anyway. I am very pleased you joined us, Warden Blackwell. The honor is mine, Lady Seeker. We need strong, righteous warriors now more than ever. Righteous? Blackwell chuckled. High praise, Cassandra. Many wardens have hardly lived righteous lives. True, yet you give yourself to an order that would die to protect others. She actually smiled. It is never too late to do better, and become more than what you are. That is the hope. Blackwell smiled. Ruya glanced at Cassandra. Have you known many wardens? I've encountered a few over the years, but I can only really claim to have known one. Which one? Maybe Blackwell knows them. Cassandra glanced at Blackwell. Did you know Warden Constable Mahariel? Heard stories, but never actually met the man. Blackwell shrugged. Wait. Mahariel. Varric frowned thoughtfully. I think I know that name. Was he Dalish? Ah. That is right. You encountered his clan near Kirkwall. Cassandra frowned. He was not pleased when he learned what had occurred. Nobody was, Seeker. Nobody was. Is he among the missing then? Cassandra was silent for a moment, then she shook her head. No. We went to Vigil's Keep before we traveling on to Kirkwall. He and several other wardens were killed in an excursion in the deep roads. She sighed. Leliana did not take it well. They were close, once. Salas's guess about a demon taking over the wolf pack appeared to have been accurate. Blackwolf flanked it as Cassandra moved in. The terror demon started to dive down, and she quickly hurled a blast of energy to knock it off its feet. Both warriors immediately stepped in, and it was dead a heartbeat later. The few wolves in their vicinity continued to attack, but it appeared the rest of the pack slunk off as soon as the demons were dead. With the demon dead, the farmers should be safe from the wolves. Cassandra wiped her blade clean. And the wolves are no doubt happy to be freed from the demon's control, Salas added. They started back towards the farms. A friend traveled with a wolf. A magnificently absurd beast. Cassandra's lips twitched slightly in a fond smile. He had a pet wolf. Ruya raised an eyebrow. He found it during the blight, only a few weeks old. Called it Virgilani. Salas nodded. Wayfinder. Yes. Powerful enough to tear the throat out of an abomination, and all he ever asked in return was a good belly rub. My first encounter with the wolf was when he took down an apostate that would otherwise have killed me. She shook her head, then sighed as a look of sorrow came over her face. And my last encounter was when he took down an apostate that would otherwise have killed me. Who was his master? Ruya asked. The warden I spoke of. Burhan Mahariel. Though he'd object to being called Virgilani's master. Dogs had masters, he said, and it was best to remember the difference between a dog and a wolf. She sighed, and for a moment her eyes were distant. A tragic mistake. She shook her head. Come, we should report back. We will need to head back, see if we can't arrange to get people out here to build those watchtowers. Cassandra nodded to Ruya. And report back our findings along the storm coast. Hopefully, they'll have decided by now if we are going to talk to the mages or the Templars. Leliana shook her head at her agent. There were so many questions surrounding Ferrier's death. Did he think we wouldn't notice? He's killed Ferrier. One of my best agents. And knows where the others are. You know what must be done. Make it clean. Painless, if you can. We were friends once. The agent started to walk away. Ruya held up a hand, and turned her gaze to Leliana. Wait. What are you doing? He betrayed us. He murdered my agent. And you'd kill him? Just like that. You find fault with my decision. We can't solve our problems with murder. And what would you suggest? Leave him be? Butler's betrayal puts our agents in danger. I condemn one man to save dozens. I may not like what I do, but it must be done. I cannot afford the luxury of ideals at a time like this. Ruya squared her shoulders. Now is precisely the time for ideals. You feel very strongly about this. Leliana sighed. Very well. I will think of another way to deal with this man. Apprehend Butler, but see that he lives. Now, if you're happy, I have more work to do. Dear Lucas. I've heard the rumors and... Brother, I'm starting to be a little scared that they are true. That this is the Maker's will. I just keep telling myself that I am a Trevlian, and we Trevlians have never once flinched from our duty. There are Templars here. And Grand Enchanter Vivian of Monte Isambard just joined us. Reassure Mother that I am safe and protected and I do not need to be rescued. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. News from Valroio has spread. You had a confrontation with the Lord Seeker and an army of Templars in the middle of the square. Are you insane? Silly question, yes, you are insane. I am coming to rescue you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 8, Redcliffe. The debate appeared to be ongoing. Ruya gave her report. Cullen immediately began dispatching workers to get the watchtowers put up. They arranged for the Blades of Hessarian to report to him. Leliana was both pleased and wary regarding Iron Bull. It seems Blackall knows nothing about the disappearance of the Grey Wardens. Leliana twisted her hands. It's a disappointment. I am, however, glad he is with us, even if he was. She tilted her head slightly. Not what I expected. He seems to be a good man and his experience will be an asset to the Inquisition. She sighed. As for the other wardens, I suppose we will have to keep looking. Ruya nodded. You've a history with the wardens who ended the blight. A cloud came over Leliana's eyes. Yes. I count them among my dearest friends. She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Alistair and Cathiel are well on their way to kicking off Ferelden's golden age. They haven't gone missing with the other wardens. Officially, they are no longer part of the Order. Leliana's eyes flicked towards the breach. A small mercy, I suppose. What about the others? Braska and Lenore are in Antiva. I've received a message back. They do not know why the others have vanished. And the... Leliana trailed off. Jarath Tabri has been gone a long time now. And the hero of Ferelden. Dead. As is. She looked away. Brujhan helped start this Inquisition. Then. She shook her head. The Maker brought us together. We arrived at Vigil's Keep to learn he was gone. In that instant, I felt the Maker's presence grow cold. One moment a cherished child, the next, abandoned. And then, when Justinia was killed. I was angry. I felt betrayed. But I shouldn't have let my emotions get the better of me. I'm sorry. Ruya put a hand on her shoulder. You don't need to apologize for grief, Leliana. Cassandra stood near the gate, watching Salas and Ruya. The apostate appeared to be assisting the herald with improving her barriers. She still wasn't entirely sure what to make of the elven man, but his assistance thus far had proved invaluable. She caught Cullen's approach out of the corner of her eye. Thoughts? Leliana is still convinced the mages are the best choice. Josephine leans that direction, but I think she is holding out hope that we may be able to bring both under our banner. A snort of laughter escaped Cassandra. And next we will get on our griffins and fly across the sea. She folded her arms. You aren't regretting throwing in with us, are you? He shook his head. Not in the slightest. Our latest report from the hinterlands shows closed rifts and safe refugees. We've people underway to get those watchtowers up. The herald is. Cassandra's gaze went back to where Salas and Ruya were now on opposite sides of a snowball fight between some of the younger recruits and some of the children of the workers, using barriers to protect their forces. She saw Cullen's eyes go in the same direction, and the man started to smile. A pleasant surprise. Every time she seals a rift, we get another dozen recruits. He started to say something else, then a runner approached with a report. He read it over, then glanced back at Cassandra. With those materials you recovered, we were able to put together more field tents. She watched the runner go, tilting her head slightly. He accompanied you from Kirkwall, did he not? Kells. Cullen glanced in the direction of the young man, then nodded. The champion charged me with the protection of Kells and his brethren. I couldn't exactly leave them behind. Ah. He was one of Evelina's children. She nodded. Varric mentioned that. Her eyes narrowed. What became of Karis? Cullen froze just slightly before recovering. He went to investigate a report of strange lights on the wounded coast. Never returned. I see. She shook the snow out of her hair, and clapped one of the recruits on the back. The soldiers and workers walked off in high spirits, either going back to their duties or heading towards the tavern. She glanced at Salas. You're right. Clearing the ambient energy does enhance the barrier's durability. He nodded. You caught on quickly. Think they've made a decision yet? She turned her gaze towards the chantry. It is not an easy decision to make. With things the way they are, we will be gaining both an enemy and an ally with either choice. And good people on both sides. She shook her head. If they don't pick by tomorrow, I'm going to head into Redcliffe and actually talk to Fiona. At the very least, we'll have more information then. Iron Bull and his company had settled in. He nodded to her as she approached, then glanced back at where the soldiers were training. They've got good form. Cullen's putting his Templar training to good use. Ruya raised an eyebrow. Did Cullen tell you he was a Templar? He's not wearing the armor. He didn't have to. Iron Bull gestured. Might not be a Templar shield, but it's a Templar holding it. He angles the shield just a bit down. Helps direct fire or acid away, so it doesn't spray right in your face. He demonstrated. Qunari learn the same thing when we train to fight Tevinter mages. Your Templars doing good work. She turned, and looked over the soldiers. Warfare wasn't quite her area of expertise, but she had to admit they all looked like they knew what they were doing. I'm impressed by what Cullen has accomplished with the troops. Damn right. It takes time to build a group into a team. But he's got their loyalty. He folded his arms. Now he just needs to make a decent shield wall, and they'll be good to go. Biggest problem for the Inquisition right now isn't on the front line. It's at the top. You've got no leader. No Inquisitor. On that, she agreed. The current group of 4 leaders were currently locked into a stalemate, and she didn't see that changing anytime soon. Then maybe we need one. I'd be willing. You. He grunted, then gave her a considering look. Why you? Nobody else seems to be stepping forward, and since I can seal rifts, I'm here whether I like it or not. She shook her head in frustration. If it proved necessary to have an Inquisitor, I could make a go of it. He grunted again, and then gave her an approving nod. For a second there, you sounded like a Qunari. My people don't pick leaders from the strongest, or the smartest, or even the most talented. We pick the ones willing to make the hard decisions. He glanced up at the breach. And live with the consequences. He shook his head, and his voice became light. Who knows? Maybe you seal the breach, the chantry gets off its ass, and all those soldiers go home and get fat. That would be nice. You think? It could happen. It won't. But it could. Maker, look at it. So much easier to ignore when it's far away. Blackwell was staring up at the breach. He turned towards Ruya as she approached. And to actually walk out of it, to be that close. If I hadn't been saved by Inquisition soldiers, I don't know what would have happened. She barely knew what had actually happened. The breach continued to hang in the sky, swirling slowly above the mountains. Inquisition soldiers. He shook his head. That's not what I've heard. He gave her the same look many of the soldiers did. That look of wonder and almost reverence. It made her decidedly uncomfortable. The breach, the Divine's death, the Wardens. He sighed. It doesn't make sense. There's so much we don't know. Your experience with the Wardens will certainly be useful. He shrugged. Mostly the treaties, I expect. Old parchments you're welcome to. What about you? How do you fit into all of this? That she was still working on figuring out. I just want to help stop the war, try to put things back in order. Let her uncle rest easily. A worthy goal, one I'm happy to support. He punched a fist into his palm. For me, I'll be satisfied so long as we find the bastards that killed the Divine. They owe us some answers. Cullen nodded in greeting as she came to watch the soldiers. You traveled some distance to reach Haven. You're from the Circle in Ostwick. I spent the better part of my life there. Part of her still expected to wake up at any moment and discover the past couple years had just been some sort of alchemy-induced dream. It feels strange to be away. It does, at times. I'm still getting used to it myself. It's been. He shrugged. Interesting. He blinked. I'm sorry. The Circle isn't the most pleasant topic of conversation right now. Or ever. Shall we speak of something else? She glanced over her shoulder at the chantry. What do you think of the people you work with? Who do you mean? Are you satisfied with the Inquisition's forces? Pride showed on his face as he gestured towards the recruits. Our numbers are small, but they suit our needs for the time being. Some Templars have joined us instead of following the Order. They've proven invaluable in training new recruits. I should get to know you better. She glanced up at him. We're working together, after all. What would you like to know? All right. She considered for a moment. Where are you from? I grew up in Ferelden, near Honleath. I was transferred to Kirkwall shortly after the Blight. He looked out over the view. This is the first I've returned in almost 10 years. Varrick's from Kirkwall. Did you two know each other? They must have known of each other, certainly. Cullen was mentioned in Varric's book. I knew he was friends with the champion of Kirkwall, but little else. We've spoken more since I joined the Inquisition. Largely at Varric's insistence. He rolled his eyes. Apparently I spend too much time with a serious expression on my face, and it's bad for my health. She chuckled. You haven't seen Ferelden in 10 years. Are you glad to be back? I was not sorry to leave at the time. He shook his head as if shaking away a memory. I did not expect to return. Now between the Divine's murder and the breach I've arrived to find nothing but chaos. What was Kirkwall like? He raised an eyebrow at her. While I was there, Cunnery occupied and then attacked the city. The Viscount's murder caused political unrest. He gestured. Relations between mages and Templars fell apart, an apostate blew up the chantry, and the Knight Commander went mad. Other than that, it was fine. And many of their current problems could be traced back to those very events. What happened between Kirkwall's mages and Templars? You were at the conclave. You must have heard people speak of it. At least 100 conflicting versions of the tale. Yes, but you were there. He sighed. There was tension between mages and Templars long before I arrived. Eventually, it reached a breaking point. There was fighting in the streets. Abominations began killing both sides. It was a nightmare. What happened then? The Templars should have restored order, but Red Lyrium had driven Knight Commander Meredith mad. She threatened to kill Kirkwall's champion, turned on her own men. I'm not sure how far she would have gone. Too far. So you opposed her? That was what most of the stories, including Varric's, had said. Knight Captain Cullen had rallied the Templars and restored order in the aftermath. I stood with the champion against her. In the end. He sighed. But I should have seen through Meredith sooner. He seemed to be directing the last comment towards himself rather than towards her. You were in Ferelden during the Blight. Did you fight Darkspawn? No. I was stationed at Ferelden's Circle Tower. The Circle had troubles of its own. He hesitated. Remained there during the Blight. If the stories she'd heard held any truth, the Circle Tower of Ferelden had almost been annulled. What happened at the Circle Tower? Few who survived the Blight have fond memories of that time. I would prefer not to speak of it. She decided to change the subject entirely. I'd like to know more about the Templars. If you need insight into what the Order is doing now, I'm afraid I can't offer more than you already know. Anything else, I will answer as best I can. Why did you join the Order? I could think of no better calling than to protect those in need. I used to beg the Templars at our local chantry to teach me. At first they merely humored me, but I must have shown promise. He shrugged. Or at least a willingness to learn. The Knight Captain spoke to my parents on my behalf. They agreed to send me for training. I was 13 when I left home. 13, that's still so young. I wasn't the youngest there. Some children are promised to the Order at infancy. Still, I didn't take on full responsibilities until I was 18. The Order sees you trained and educated first. She nodded. My uncle, Gavrin, was 15 when he went to the Order. Zaver was the same. Zaver. My cousin. It is tradition, for my family. An heir, a spare, and a tithe. The youngest serves the chantry. She folded her arms. In my family, that was to have been me. I suppose in a way, it still is. What about your family? Did you miss them? Of course. But there were many my age who felt the same. We learned to look out for one another. Did you enjoy your training? I wanted to learn everything. He smiled. If I was giving my life to this, I would be the best Templar I could. You were a model student. He laughed. I wanted to be. I wasn't always successful. Watching a candle burn down while reciting the chant of transfigurations wasn't the most exciting task. I admit, my mind sometimes wandered. Trust me, reciting while embroidering a pillow is even worse. You can't let your mind wander, or you'll stab your fingers. She held up a hand. I have scars. He caught her hand and examined the fingertips. So you do. He laughed softly. You were to be a chantry sister. That was what Mother wanted. She shrugged. But there was Gavrin. He was quite the dashing figure in his Templar armor and his stories about saving the world from demons and abominations. Mother disapproved of him teaching me the sword, but I loved it. She fidgeted. Mother and I got into an argument one day when I was 9. I wanted to go with my eldest brother and watch the warriors practice for the grand tourney, and she wanted me to stay and read some poetry by some sister or another. She put her foot down. Ruya sighed. And then the books caught fire. Your magic. He gave her a sympathetic look. It got me to the circle. Just. She shrugged. Not the way I had planned. Is your uncle still with the Templars? He was at the conclave. I'm sorry. He laid a hand on her shoulder. Far too many good people lost their lives that day. I've written to my brothers. Otwin is reaching out to my cousins in the Templars, telling them of the Inquisition. Hopefully, they'll come here. She gave him a considering look. What do you think of mages? Are they all a threat? I've seen the suffering magic can inflict. I've treated mages with distrust because of it at times without cause. His eyes went to the staff she carried. That was unworthy of me. I will try not to do so here. Not that I want mages moving through our base completely unchecked. We need safeguards in place to protect people, including mages, from possession, at the least. I know how I spent my time in the circle, but what was a typical day for a Templar? He laughed. Typical. The last time I was in a circle was right before it fell apart. Nothing was typical. Before that, then. Certain rituals require a full guard. A mage's harrowing, for instance. I've attended a few. Most of the time you merely maintain a presence on patrol or in the circle, ready to respond if needed. Mages pretend to ignore that presence, but they are watching you just as closely. Failing to pay attention to what the Templars were doing could have dire consequences. We would spend all day with Templars, and yet they rarely spoke to us. A habit often mistaken for coldness, I'm sure. But we are expected to keep a certain distance from our charges. If a mage is possessed or uses blood magic, you must act quickly, without hesitation. Your judgment cannot be clouded. He rested his hands on his sword hilt. Of course, ignoring one another does nothing to foster understanding. Gavrin would have agreed. He made a point to treat the mages in his care with respect, and was friendly. And not just to me. He said too many Templars felt it was their job to protect the world from mages, and forgot that they were also supposed to protect mages from the world. A wise man. Do Templars take vows? I swear to the Maker to watch all the mages, that sort of thing. There's a vigil first. You're meant to be at peace during that time, but your life is about to change. When it's over, you give yourself to a life of service. That's when you're given a filter, your first draft of lyrium and its power. As Templars, we are not to seek wealth or acknowledgement. Our lives belong to the Maker and the path we have chosen. A life of service and sacrifice. Are Templars also expected to give up physical temptations? Physical? Why, he cleared his throat. Why would you? That's not expected. Templars can marry, although there are rules around it, and the order must grant permission. Some may choose to give up more to prove their devotion, but it's, not required. Have you? Oh, Maker, had she really just asked that? She could feel her cheeks starting to burn. Me? No, I've taken no such vows. Maker's breath, can we speak of something else? They spent an awkward moment not looking at each other as she fumbled to find a new subject. So, about the Blades of Hessarian. Do you need something, my dear? Ruya nodded. I wanted to ask you about the Circle of Magi. Of course. Vivian nodded graciously. What do you wish to know? If the circle disbanded, how can you still belong to it? Vivian looked amused by the question. The circle is an idea, my dear, and an idea cannot be dissolved. She gestured. Many of the first enchanters voted for rebellion, caring little that anything short of a unanimous decision would pit mage against mage. Rather than dissolving it, Grand Enchanter Fiona's vote split the circle in two. The rebels follow her. The loyalists follow me. At least, the loyalists of Monteism marred. She sighed. Had remaining been an option, she likely would have taken it. If you lead all the loyalists, why are you only First Enchanter and not Grand Enchanter? Grand Enchanters are elected, and since there are no First Enchanters besides myself, no vote can be held. I could name myself Grand Enchanter, but the title holds no meaning now. When the circles are restored, that will change. Ruya sighed, and leaned against the wall. She banged the back of her head against it in frustration. How did we come to this state with the circles in revolt? Vivian folded her arms. You, my dear, are far too wise to not have realized that many of our colleagues live with their eyes closed. Safe from the world inside their towers, they thought only of the Templars and their own resentment. She leaned on the table she was using as a desk. Kirkwall gave the world a reason to remember its fear of magic. A mage killed hundreds with a snap of their fingers. Across Thedas, a new, tangible fear of magic grew. Commoners and nobles alike called out to the chantry for protection. Vivian's eyes narrowed. But the malcontents in the towers thought nothing of this. They cared only for themselves and for their anger at the new Templar restrictions. She gestured. When a mage attempted to assassinate Divine Justinia again, the mages protested the investigation. The leadership chose to vote on independence based on the intolerable conditions imposed by the Templars. Sparing no thought to the fact that magic was more feared in the aftermath of these attacks than it had been since Tevinter's day. Despite its cultured tones, Vivian's voice betrayed both anger and bitterness. So long as they had their freedom, they could care little for riots, angry mobs, or about pitting mages against each other. She sighed, and took a deep breath. She'd been protected from the abuses by her family, but others, some of the restrictions and other things really had been intolerable. Did they have cause to rebel? In the aftermath of their terrorist attacks? Was that really the most opportune time to break away? Vivian shook her head. By all means, protest abuses by the Templars. Just don't do it in a way that says mages support wholesale murder. By voting when they did, my colleagues all but declared war upon the ordinary people of Thedas. A war in which we are outnumbered 100 to 1. Ruya stared out of the alcove. A runner went past, no doubt carrying vital news of some kind or another. Mages fighting mages. The vote for independence was carried by only a small margin, but Fiona chose to let the motion stand. Those who opposed a rash declaration against the entire free world had little choice. By breaking from the chantry when they did, the rebels declared themselves in support of mass murder. Anyone who did not wish to support terrorism and the slaughter of innocents was forced to take arms against the rebels. As you did. She shook her head. Not against the rebels. At least, not against those who simply left peacefully. Ruya sighed. Some harbored so much anger, and in the aftermath, turned to thoughts of revenge. Or were simply too weak to. She stared down at her feet. Abominations and demons. We helped the Templars restore order, but... She examined her hands. Foolishness is not a trait confined to mages, I fear. When it was over, some of the Templars turned on we mages who had stayed behind. They would have killed us, if the Templars who knew their duty had not intervened. They ordered us to run for our own safety. We were making our way to Red Cliff when we heard of the conclave. I volunteered to go. She looked up at Vivian. Had we better information, we might have made our way towards you instead. I wonder how many others found themselves in the same position. Vivian sighed. Perhaps they will follow our lead, and make their way to the Inquisition. We can only hope. Ruya watched the candle flame flicker back and forth in the breeze from the open door of the chantry. Are you familiar with Grand Enchanter Fiona? We've met. Vivian's voice was blunt with disapproval. Before her horrendously ill-timed and selfish vote for independence, I thought her adequate at her job. In her dotage, she could not handle looking after the well-being of so many people. We would have done better to replace her years ago and to let her spend time gardening. Ruya sighed. I suppose it was too much to hope for that you'd say, she's a reasonable person and if you ask her to help close the breach she'll assist without thought of advantage. She shook her head. Do you know of any among the rebel mages I should speak with? None come to mind, my dear. I'm going to head to Red Cliff in the morning with some of the others. With luck, there will be some who have come to their senses. At the very least, we can get a better view of the terrain. Vivian nodded. I will accompany you. I appreciate that, Madam Vivian. There was another of the rifts just outside the gates to Red Cliff. Blackwell and Iron Bull moved towards a rage demon. As they did, they passed through an area that shimmered with green light, and for a moment, it looked as if both men were moving in slow motion. Then they were through. On the other side of the field, Cassandra passed through another area of green light, and came out the other side so quickly it appeared she'd almost bypassed the area entirely. Ruya shot a glance over her shoulder at Salas, but from the expression on his face he was as mystified as she was. What was that? That rift altered the flow of time around itself. That is. Salas bent, examining the area below where the rift had been. Unexpected. There are many mages in Red Cliff. Maybe Fiona will know what's going on. Ruya sighed. One can only hope, my dear. Vivian returned her staff to its harness. An Inquisition soldier rushed up to her, and bowed. We've spread word the Inquisition was coming, but you should know that no one here was expecting us. Ruya blinked. No one? Not even Grand Enchanter Fiona? He nodded. If she was, she hasn't told anyone. He gestured. We've arranged use of the tavern for the negotiations. She nodded and started to follow him. An elven man in strangely cut clothing approached before they'd gone more than a few paces. Agents of the Inquisition, my apologies. Magister Alexius is in charge now, but hasn't yet arrived. He's expected shortly. He gestured. You can speak with the former Grand Enchanter in the meantime. As they walked towards the tavern, Ruya glanced over her shoulder at Vivian and mouthed the word Magister. Vivian's eyes narrowed, and her hand flicked momentarily towards her staff. She nodded. There were a fair number of Inquisition soldiers present at least. As long as they were prepared, they should be able to deal with any trouble that arose. The veil is weaker here than in Haven. Salas's voice was pitched not to carry beyond her ears. And not merely weak but altered in a way I have not seen. Wonderful. Welcome, agents of the Inquisition. Fiona greeted them as they entered the tavern. First Enchanter Vivian. My dear Fiona. Vivian's voice was warm, but her eyes were ice. It's been so long since we last spoke. You look dreadful. Are you sleeping well? Fiona's eyes narrowed slightly before she turned her attention to Ruya. What has brought you to Red Cliff? Ruya gave her a confused look. We're here because of your invitation back in Valroio. You must be mistaken. Fiona shook her head. I haven't been to Valroio since before the conclave. Ruya glanced at Cassandra, who was staring at Fiona. It certainly looked like the same woman. Even wore the same robes. If it wasn't you who invited me here, who was it? I. Fiona frowned. I don't know. Now that you say it, I feel strange. She sighed. Whoever. She shook her head. Or whatever brought you here, the situation has changed. The free mages have already. She squared her shoulders. Pledged themselves to the service of the Tevinter Imperium. Fiona, dear, your dementia is showing. Vivian's voice was blunt. Salas gestured. I understand that you are afraid, but you deserve better than slavery to Tevinter. As one indentured to a Magister, I no longer have the authority to negotiate with you. From Templars to Tevinter sounded like jumping out of uncomfortably warm room into the river of lava. An alliance with Tevinter is a terrible mistake. What choice do we have? All hope of peace died with Justinia. Fiona's face crumbled. This. She waved a hand. Bargain with Tevinter would not have been my first choice, but we had no choice. We are losing this war. I needed to save as many of my people as I could. Before Ruya could respond, the crowd parted to reveal a man in oddly styled clothing. She could only assume this was the Magister. Welcome, my friends. He spread his hands in a cordial greeting. I apologize for not greeting you earlier. Fiona stepped forward, and gestured at the newcomer. "Agents of the Inquisition, allow me to introduce Magister Garion Alexius." He gave a small bow. "The southern mages are under my command." He focused his gaze on Rui. "And you are the survivor, yes? The one from the Fade? Interesting. Surely her fellow mages couldn't be this stupid. Something else had to be in play." She waited a couple heartbeats for Cassandra to speak up, and when she didn't, Ruya addressed the Magister. "I'd like to know more about this alliance between the rebel mages and the Imperium." Magister Alexius kept his face and voice friendly. "Certainly. What specifically do you wish to know?" "The Grand Enchanter told me she was indentured to a Magister. Our southern brethren have no legal status in the Imperium." The smile he gave the mages reminded her of someone looking at prized pets. As they were not born citizens of Tevinter, they must work for a period of 10 years before gaining full rights. "As their protector, I shall oversee their work for the Imperium." That didn't exactly sound like the best of all possible bargains. Had the mages really agreed to this? Or was Fiona actually suffering from dementia? "I'm not clear on when, exactly, you negotiated this arrangement with Fiona." "When the Conclave was destroyed, these poor souls faced the brutality of the Templars, who rushed to attack them." His voice remained friendly, but patronizing. "It could only be through divine providence that I arrived when I did." "It was certainly." Fiona tilted her head to one side. "Very timely." Now there was a new suspicion. If this Magister had known ahead of time that the event was going to occur. What does the Imperium gain from taking the rebel mages under its wing? For the moment, the southern mages are a considerable expense. He gestured. "After they are properly trained, they will join our legion." "You said not all my people would be military." Fiona began to protest. "There are children, those not suited " He cut her off. "And one day, I'm sure they will all be productive citizens of the Imperium. When their debts are paid." "I haven't seen any sign of Redcliffe's Arl or his men." "The Arl of Redcliffe left the village." Blackwell shook his head. "Left? An Arl would never voluntarily leave his seat." "There were." Magister Alexius shrugged carelessly. "Tensions growing. I did not want an incident. If you're leading the mages now, then let's talk. I'm sure we can come to an arrangement." As unhappy as she was with some of her brethren, she was not going to let them be taken to the Imperium. "It's always a pleasure to meet a reasonable woman." He gestured towards a table, and took his own seat. "Felix, would you send for a scribe, please?" "Pardon my manners." "My son, Felix, friends." She nodded politely to the young man. "I'm not surprised you're here," he continued. "Containing the breach is not a feat that many could ever attempt. There is no telling how many mages would be needed for such an endeavor." "Ambitious, indeed. Does that mean you'll lend your mages to our cause?" Surely this whole indenturing thing had no legal basis. At least, not until they were actually in the Imperium. Felix started to return. He was only a couple feet from her when he stumbled and fell against her. She felt him tuck something inside her coat as she caught him, and his eyes met hers for a split second. She gave him the barest nod. "Felix," Magister Alexis called. He moved to support his son. "I'm so sorry. Please forgive my clumsiness, my lady." He accepted his father's aid, but gave him a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, father. Come, I'll get your powders." Magister Alexis started to lead Felix away. "Please excuse me, friends. We will have to continue this another time. Fiona, I will require your services." "I don't mean to trouble everyone," Felix said as he was all but dragged from the room. "I shall send word to the Inquisition. We will conclude this business at a later date." As soon as the Magister and his attendants were gone, she removed the piece of parchment Felix had slipped inside her coat. "Come to the chantry. You are in danger." "Well, aren't we secret?" Sierra grinned. "There's no telling who or what will be waiting for us in that chantry. Come on." Sierra punched her lightly in the shoulder. "Let's do something." She looked around the room, and saw a few vaguely familiar faces. One young woman sneered at her. I remember you. You were in the Ostwick Circle. Really come up in the world, right? Marked by Androstat, ordering Templars about. Must be nice. You'd rather bow to Tevinter than join the Inquisition. Don't tell me you bought the Chantry's lies about how evil Tevinter is. She shook her head, her expression mocking. It's just because they're ruled by mages. No one wants us to look at them and say, their mages are free, and the world hasn't ended. Ended no. Actively practicing blood magic, slavery, human sacrifice, and demon summoning yes. But don't Magisters summon demons and practice human sacrifice? The Chantry says whatever they think will scare us. What's wrong with blood magic? People don't like the idea of us controlling their thoughts, but they have no problem with us throwing fireballs in their wars. She gestured angrily. In Tevinter, the mages police themselves. It works. Ah. She remembered her now. What was her name? And you are? Linnea. I'm not surprised you don't remember me. You were the perfect apprentice, and I barely passed my harrowing. You were the one who had her own pet Templars. You're the chosen of Androstat. And I'm just me. I never meant to make you feel bad. Forget it. The Magister's not going to fall for you. We're with the Tevinter now. People respect every mage. I want to make sure we're never locked away in Circle Towers again. The Circle didn't need to be a prison. Right. And I'm the Empress of Orlais. Old friend? Cassandra asked. We were apprentices together. Ruya glanced over her shoulder. I mastered the basic veil warp, and she filled my clothes with powdered rashvine. She saw a tranquil, and walked towards him. He confirmed much of what they already knew or had guessed. The Magister had arrived only 2 days after the events of the Conclave, and forced the Arl out of the castle along with the others that did not have magic, keeping only the servants that were needed. The Tranquil then offered his services as an alchemist, and she accepted almost as much to get him safely out of Redcliffe as she did to gain his skills. A bit more questioning, and it became apparent that many of the mages were indeed very unhappy about the bargain with Tevinter. They left the tavern, and made their way towards the Chantry. She was pleased to see at least one mother had remained behind, along with several sisters. It was nice to see that the Chantry had not abandoned mages entirely. They walked into the Chantry to find a mage hitting a demon in the face with a staff. He glanced towards them. Good. You're finally here. His accent was Tevinter, like the Magister they'd spoken to earlier. Now help me close this, would you? He gestured at the rift behind him. It took them only a minute to dispatch the demons. As soon as the rift shimmered, she raised her hand and willed the energy in the mark to seal the rift. It shifted, convulsed, and then vanished. Fascinating. The mage turned towards her. How does that work, exactly? He laughed and spread his hands before she could answer. You don't even know, do you? You just wiggle your fingers, and boom. Rift closes. It would really be nice to walk into a situation and have some idea of what was going on. Who are you? Ah. Getting ahead of myself again, I see. He bowed with a flourish. Dorian of House Pavis, most recently of Minrithis. How do you do? He gestured. Magister Alexius was once my mentor, so my assistance should be valuable as I'm sure you can imagine. Yet another Magister. I was expecting Felix to be here. I'm sure he's on his way. He was to give you the note, then meet us here after ditching his father. Dorian waved a hand carelessly. Alexius couldn't jump to Felix's side fast enough when he pretended to be faint. And she wasn't entirely certain all of it was pretending. Is something wrong with him? A brief look of concern crossed Dorian's face. He's had some lingering illness for months. Felix is an only child, and Alexius is being a mother hen, most likely. Are you a Magister? He gave a long-suffering sigh. All right. Let's say this once. I'm a mage from Tevinter, but not a member of the Magisterium. He shrugged. I know Southerners use the terms interchangeably, but that only makes you sound like barbarians. Her eyes narrowed just slightly at the half-hearted insult. You're betraying your mentor because Alexius was my mentor. Meaning he's not any longer, not for some time. Dorian shook his head. Look, you must know there's danger. That should be obvious even without the note. Let's start with Alexius claiming the allegiance of the mage rebels out from under you. As if by magic, yes. He gestured dramatically. Which is exactly right. To reach Red Cliff before the Inquisition, Alexius distorted time itself. That sounded insane. And yet the rift back at the gate had altered time. She made a mental note to discuss it more thoroughly with Salas and Vivian later. He arranged it so he could arrive here just after the Divine died. You catch on quick. That is fascinating, if true. Salas came up behind her. And almost certainly dangerous. The rift you closed here. Dorian waved a hand at the residue left behind. You saw how it twisted time around itself, sped some things up and slowed others down. Soon there will be more like it, and they'll appear further and further away from Red Cliff. The magic Alexius is using is wildly unstable, and it's unraveling the world. She rubbed her head. I'd like more proof than magical time control. Go with it. I know what I'm talking about. He stared at her. I helped develop this magic. When I was still his apprentice, it was pure theory. Alexius could never get it to work. What I don't understand is why he's doing it. Ripping time to shreds just to gain a few hundred lackeys. He didn't do it for them. Felix's voice came from a doorway. He gave them a nod as he entered. Took you long enough. Dorian gave the other man a worried look. Is he getting suspicious? Felix shook his head. No, but I shouldn't have played the illness card. I thought he'd be fussing over me all day. He turned towards Ruya. My father's joined a cult. Tevinter supremacists. They call themselves Venatori. He gestured at her. And I can tell you one thing, whatever he's done for them, he's done it to get to you. Alexius is your father. Why are you working against him? For the same reason Dorian works against him. He met her eyes. I love my father, and I love my country. But this? Cults? Time magic? What he's doing now is madness. For his own sake, you have to stop him. It would also be nice if he didn't rip a hole in time. Dorian folded his arms. There's already a hole in the sky. That made no sense. Why would he rearrange time and indenture the Mage Rebellion just to get to me? They're obsessed with you, but I don't know why. Perhaps because you survived the Temple of Sacred Ashes. Felix gave her a considering look. You can close the rifts. Dorian nodded. Maybe there's a connection? Or they see you as a threat. Felix nodded to Dorian. If the Venatori are behind those rifts, or the breach in the sky, they're even worse than I thought. Do you have any suggestions? She looked from one to the other, then glanced over her shoulder at the others. Cassandra had moved to the door and was standing guard, while at some point Blackwell had positioned himself to be practically hovering over her. You know you're his target. Dorian waved a hand at her. Expecting the trap is the first step in turning it to your advantage. I can't stay in Red Cliff. Alexius doesn't know I'm here, and I want to keep it that way for now. But whenever you're ready to deal with him, I want to be there. I'll be in touch. He started to walk away, then glanced back at Felix. And Felix? Try not to get yourself killed. There are worse things than dying, Dorian. Oh, demons don't scare me, I'll fight 10 at once. Ease up, big horse. Ciro was muttering as they left the chantry. I know, right? Blackwell glanced back at the doors. All this just makes my head spin. Ruya rubbed her forehead. We came for information. And we certainly have that. Her eyes went to the breach. Let's report back to Leliana, see what she can find out about these Venatori. Dear Lucas. No, I most certainly did not have. Well, okay, there were words exchanged, but it was not a confrontation. And I've got some forces of my own now, I don't need to be rescued. I'm recruiting for the Inquisition. The Grand Enchanter of Monty is a Mard, Red Jenny, a Grey Warden, and a Ben Hasrat secret agent. I do not need to be rescued. It's somewhat strange, these companions I've found myself with. Blackwell is. Well, he's pretty much exactly how I always imagined a warden. Strong and resolved. Syrah is a little bit, well, she reminds me of that time you drank 3 glasses of Aqua Lucidius. She and Blackwell get along well. Iron Bull, the Cunary, is huge. As in he makes Otwin look half-dwarf. He seems a nice fellow though. Or at least, he acts like a nice fellow. He is a spy, after all. Grand Enchanter Vivian and I are getting along well enough. The rumor about Varric Tathra's being here is true. Enclosed with this letter is an autographed copy of the latest chapter of Hard in Hightown. You are welcome. And Commander Cullen is Cullen from the Tale of the Champion, though he's not quite what Varric's book makes him out to be. He's actually a very nice man. Seeker Cassandra, yes, that Seeker Cassandra, is here as well. She's a little scary, but in an inspiring kind of way. I like her. And there is Salas. He's an apostate, but not one of the cackling and evil kind. He's fascinating, and I've been learning a lot from him. I wish I could give you more news, but we are still trying to figure things out ourselves. I do not need to be rescued. Love, Ryua. Dear Ruya. Grand Enchanters. Jennies. Wardens. Cunary. Seekers. Templars. Apostates. And now a writer. A writer. I am coming to rescue you. As soon as I'm done with the book. Love, Lucas. Chapter 9, In Your Heart Shall Burn. The news of Tevinter's involvement was not well received. Leliana almost immediately began sending ravens in every direction. Cullen hadn't taken his hand off his sword hilt since the word Magister was mentioned. And Josephine spilled a bit of ink. She found herself down by where the soldiers were training. Idly, she picked up one of the swords, and took a few swings at a practice dummy. A moment later, she felt Cullen come up behind her. He caught her shoulders, and gently corrected her stance. She took another couple swings. Why would the Templars break away from the Chantry? The Order believes the Chantry no longer supports their efforts. Not to the extent they should. But the Templars have served the Chantry for ages. She moved through a half-remembered form with the blade. And in that time, they have come to take the Order's services for granted. He adjusted the angle of one of her parries, then nodded approval as she went through the motion again properly. Templars risk their lives against blood magic, demons, abominations to feel as if those efforts are dismissed. He picked up another of the practice blades, and demonstrated the counter. I may disagree with the Order's actions that I'm here as proof of that, but I sympathize with their frustrations. He stepped back, then gestured towards her feet. You're dragging your left leg. She glanced down, then tried the form again. Better. You're dragging it less. Balance your weight forward. He nodded when she complied. Thinking of taking up the sword again. Some days, you just want to hit something. He laughed. I know the feeling. He picked up a practice sword of his own, and sent a slowed strike in her direction. She parried, and attempted a counter-attack. The Lord Seeker's actions are a mystery, but the Templars will aid us. They cannot sit idle while the breach remains. I noticed a few new faces above Templar armor. A group of 4 out of the Ferelden circle. They brought the refugees they were protecting into our camp, then joined up. He gestured for her to attack him, then demonstrated a counter-attack. I'm thinking of sending them to Corporal Vale. She fumbled the counter-attack a bit, then reset to try again. Salas convinced a healer to go to the crossroads. Corporal Vale has been recruiting some irregulars from among the refugees. I saw the report. You've done well there. Thank you. She gave him a small bow. And thank you for the sword lesson. She spent part of the evening getting to know Iron Bull and learning about the Ben Hasrat. Frankly, they scared the hell out of her. Rewriting people's minds smelled too much like the nastiest parts of blood magic. Blackwell joined them for a drink, and mentioned some abandoned warden camps. She had him note them on the map so she could check them out later, see if she could find more for Leliana. And Syrah. Make her help her, She was actually starting to like the woman. It was nice, really, getting to sit in a tavern and share a drink with friends. One could almost forget the troubles of the world outside. And the uncomfortably large number of people who seemed to think she could fix it. "Can I ask you something, Varric?" He looked up to see the herald, and grinned. "You want to talk about me?" I'm flattered. Also, inclined towards extravagant lies. She rolled her eyes. "Are you from Ferelden?" "Orlays. Free Marches. Born and raised in Kirkwall. And missing it dreadfully." Avellini's latest letter had contained more than a little bad news. "And despite whatever you've heard, no. Kirkwall's not that bad. I'm not clear on your line of work." "You're a merchant." "I'm a businessman. My family has a seat in the Dwarven Merchants Guild. A seat that rarely, if ever, contained an ass. Merchants buy and sell goods. Businessmen buy and sell stores. In my spare time, I manage a spy network. And occasionally, I write books. Which reminds me, my brother Otwin dropped some not-so-subtle hints in his letter that I need to send him something with your autograph. What do you have in mind?" "My crime serials are my most popular. Hard in Hightown. Guards breaking the rules to get things done." He shrugged. "The Tale of the Champion is the most famous thing I've written. Or infamous, maybe. I started a romance serial once. Swords and Shields. But to be honest, I don't have the knack for romances. Most of my stories end in tragedy. Probably that says something unfortunate about me personally." She tilted her head at him. "If you've run a spy network, why is Lelia our spy master?" Spy network might have been overstating the matter a bit. He had sources of information and aligned to several notorious gossips, but there were some important pieces of information that continued to elude him. It was some small consolation that Nightingale hadn't found Blondie either. "To be honest with you, she's just a better spy master. The truly great ones can keep their distance. They don't get attached to their people. Me? I always wind up babysitting my informants and worrying about their families. We're in better hands with her." The drinks arrived. She paid. He really could get to like the woman. "Fluctuating with the energies from the rifts, but I still don't see how it could be harnessed in such a fashion." Salas nodded. "The possibility does carry some disturbing implications." He gestured at the breach as they reached the top of the small hill. "Clearly there have been some repercussions within the Vale. But how big a disruption are we?" She trailed off as the runner reached them. "My Lady Herald, Seeker Cassandra would like you to come to the chantry." He waited for her to nod before dashing off again. She turned to Salas. "To be continued." "Certainly. And I will see what else I can uncover. We don't have the manpower to take the castle." Cullen sliced a hand through the air. "Either we find another way in, or give up this nonsense and go get the Templars." Cassandra shook her head. "Redcliffe is in the hands of a Magister. This cannot be allowed to stand." Josephine gestured at Ruya as she approached. "The letter from Alexius asked for the Herald of Andraste by name. It's an obvious trap. We can't waste time fighting among ourselves." Ruya shook her head in frustration. "We have to come to an agreement. If she were the size of Iron Bull, she'd pick them all up by the scruff of the necks and give them a good shake." Leliana narrowed her eyes. "A Tevinter Magister controls Redcliffe, invites us to the castle to talk, and some of us want to do nothing. Not this again." Josephine's pen stabbed the air. "Redcliffe Castle is one of the most defensible fortresses in Ferelden." Cullen's voice held the impatient tones of someone who had repeated himself multiple times. "It has repelled thousands of assaults." He turned his gaze to Ruya. "If you go in there, you'll die. And we'll lose the only means we have of closing these rifts. I won't allow it. And if we don't even try to meet Alexius, we lose the mages and leave a hostile foreign power on our doorstep." Leliana's own voice was frustrated. "Even if we could assault the keep, it would be for naught." Josephine pointed the end of her pen at Leliana. "An Orlshian Inquisition's army marching into Ferelden would provoke a war. Our hands are tied. The Magister has outplayed us. Cullen interrupted Cassandra. It wasn't right. They couldn't just leave all those people to Tevinter. We can't just give up. There has to be something we can do. Cassandra nodded. We cannot accept defeat now. There must be a solution. Other than the main gate, there's got to be another way into the castle. A sewer. There was always something in stories. A water course? Something. There's nothing I know of that would work, Cullen said. Wait. Leliana's face broke into a smile. There is a secret passage into the castle, an escape route for the family. It's too narrow for our troops, but we could send agents through. Too risky. Cullen gestured. Those agents will be discovered well before they reach the Magister. That's why we need a distraction. Leliana turned to Ruya. Perhaps the envoy Alexius wants so badly. Focus their attention on Trevelyan while we take out the Tevinters. It's risky, but it could work. Cullen nodded, though he didn't sound particularly enthusiastic about the idea. Behind her, there was a brief commotion. She turned to see one of Cullen's runners with Dorian. Dorian gave them a nod. Fortunately, you'll have help. The runner gave Cullen an apologetic look. This man says he has information about the Magister and his methods, Commander. Cullen nodded, and the runner backed away. Dorian looked pleased at his dramatic entrance. Your spies will never get past Alexius's magic without my help. So if you're going after him, I'm coming along. Cullen looked towards Ruya, and she tilted her head at Dorian and nodded. Cullen relaxed slightly, but gave her a worried look. This plan puts you in the most danger. We can't, in good conscience, order you to do this. He glanced down at the map, then back to her. We can still go after the Templars if you'd rather not play the bait. It's up to you. If these Venatori are responsible for the breach, it's far too dangerous to just let them have the mages. Ruya squared her shoulders. I'll take Blackwell, Varric, and Salasin with me. The Magister's invitation was for Mistress Trevelyan alone. The rest will wait here. A blond man in a fine tunic approached. She pasted a friendly smile on her face. If my friends can't enter, then I won't either. They had a brief staring contest, which she apparently won. A moment later, he was leading the four of them into the Great Hall and he was announcing her. My Lord Magister, the agents of the Inquisition have arrived. Magister Alexius spoke with the same overdone cheer as earlier. My friend. It's so good to see you again. He narrowed his eyes just slightly when he saw she wasn't alone. And your associates, of course. I'm sure we can work out some arrangement that is equitable to all parties. Fiona stepped out of an alcove. Are we mages to have no voice in deciding our fate? Fiona, you would not have turned your followers over to my care if you did not trust me with their lives. The patronizing tone of his voice grated. If the Grand Enchanter wants to be part of these talks, then I welcome her as a guest of the Inquisition. Fiona was unlikely to be helpful, but it was possible she did know something useful. And frankly, Ruya'd rather have her where she could keep watch. Thank you. He inclined his head in a nod of acceptance, then seated himself in the Arl's throne. The Inquisition needs mages to close the breach, and I have them. So, what shall you offer in exchange? I'd much rather discuss your time magic. She saw his eyes widen at her words. His hands folded as he stared at her. Now how could you know about that? I told her. She nearly sighed when Felix stepped forward. She'd been hoping to leave him out of it entirely. If it was a Tevinter cult, his actions could put him in real danger. Felix, what have you done? The Magister actually looked gutted. Your son is concerned that you're involved in something terrible. So speaks the thief. The false cheer was gone from his voice. Do you think you can turn my son against me? He stood up. You walk into my stronghold with your stolen mark, a gift you don't even understand, and think you're in control. He was all but frothing. You're nothing but a mistake. What do you know about the Divine's death? He waved a hand. It was the Elder One's moment, and you were unworthy even to stand in his presence. Father, listen to yourself. Felix was staring. Do you know what you sound like? He sounds exactly like the sort of villainous cliché everyone expects us to be. Dorian joined them. Then Leliana's people were in place. Dorian. Alexius's voice was flat. I gave you a chance to be part of this. You turned me down. The Elder One has power you would not believe. He will raise the Imperium from its own ashes. That's who you serve? The one who killed the Divine? Is he a mage? Soon he will become a god. Magister Alexius stared down at her from in front of the throne. He will make the world bow to mages once more. We will rule from the Barbaric Ocean to the frozen seas. You can't bring my people into this, Fiona protested. Dorian stepped forward. Alexius, this is exactly what you and I talked about never wanting to happen. Why would you support this? Felix laid a hand on his father's shoulder. Stop it, father. Give up the Venatori. Let the southern mages fight the breach, and let's go home. Alexius turned towards Felix, despair on his face. No. It's the only way, Felix. He can save you. Save me. There is a way. The Elder One promised. If I undo the mistake at the temple. Alexius turned away. I'm going to die. Felix shook his head. You need to accept that. Alexius whirled around. Seize them, Venatori. The Elder One demands this woman's life. The only people who emerged were dressed in Inquisition armor. Your men are dead, Alexius. Ruya held up a hand. You. He took a step towards her. Are a mistake. You should never have existed. Energy flowed around his hand as he held up an amulet. No. Dorian stepped in front of her and used his staff to send a surge of energy. The world around them seemed to spin. Blood of the Elder One. She was standing in ankle-deep water, in what looked to be a prison. A quick look around revealed Dorian standing nearby, but none of the others. And two heavily armored men moving towards them. Where'd they come from? One of the men asked as he drew his weapon to attack. She sent a bolt of electricity, and it was followed a heartbeat later by a small ball of fire from Dorian's staff. She dodged the blow from a sword, and sent another blast of electricity that dropped her attacker. Dorian finished the other one off. She turned to face him. Dorian tapped his chin. Displacement. Interesting. He gestured. It's probably not what Alexius intended. The rift must have moved us. He looked around. To what? The closest confluence of arcane energy. The armor the dead men were wearing was nothing she'd seen before. She bent, and started going through their belt pouches. One was carrying a key. The last thing I remember, we were in the castle hall. And her friends were likely still here. Let's see. If we're still in the castle, it isn't. Dorian blinked. Oh. Of course. It's not simply where it's when. He tapped his fingers against the palm of his other hand. Alexius used the amulet as a focus. It moved us through time. Her head came up sharply. Did we go forward in time or back, and how far? If they'd gone back, maybe she could prevent a lot of things. Those are excellent questions. He gestured at her. We'll have to find out, won't we? Let's look around, see where the rift took us. Then we can figure out how to get back, if we can. The cell door stuck slightly. She had to wiggle the key to get it to open. What was Alexius trying to do? Dorian followed her through the dungeon. I believe his original plan was to remove you from time completely. If that happened, you would never have been at the Temple of Sacred Ashes or mangled his Elder One's plan. I think your surprise in the castle hall made him reckless. He tossed us into the rift before he was ready. I countered it, the magic went wild, and here we are. Makes sense. She looked up and down a hallway and chose her direction arbitrarily. It just seems so insane. I don't even want to think about what this will do to the fabric of the world. Dorian poked the butt of his staff through some debris on the floor. We didn't travel through time so much as punch a hole through it and toss it in the privy. He touched her shoulder in what he likely intended as a reassuring fashion. But don't worry. I'm here. I'll protect you. Thrust through time with a Tevinter Magister as her protector. It was moments like these that she really missed her quiet little corner of the Ostwick Circle library. There were others in the hall. Could they have been drawn through the rift? I doubt it was large enough to bring the whole room through. Dorian considered a moment. Alexius wouldn't risk catching himself or Felix in it. They're probably still where, and when, we left them. In some sense, anyway. They came to a metal bridge that was guarded by 3 men in the same armor as the ones earlier. She and Dorian exchanged a look, then hit the guards simultaneously. She chained lightning together, while he sent out multiple blasts of fire. The guards never knew what hit them. Alexius mentioned an elder one in the hall. Do you know who he was talking about? Leader of the Venatori, I suspect. Dorian's voice showed his distaste. Some Magister aspiring to godhood. It's the same old tune. Let's play with magic we don't understand. It will make us incredibly powerful. Evidently it doesn't matter if you rip apart the fabric of time in the process. They came to a door. She hesitated before opening it. And what happens if we can't get back? Then we get comfortable in our new present. Is someone there? Salas's voice drifted out of one of the cells. Ruya headed towards it. Salas stepped back when he saw her. You're alive? We saw you die. There was a strange reddish glow around him, particularly in his eyes, and his voice was rougher than normal. Dark circles beneath his eyes stood out starkly against his pale skin. The spell Alexius cast displaced us in time. Dorian gestured. We just got here, so to speak. She fumbled with the latch on the cell, and got it open. Salas stepped out. Can you reverse the process? You could return and obviate the events of the last year. It may not be too late. I'm glad you understood what he just said because I'm not sure I did. Ruya gave him another appraising look. Despite his appearance, he didn't actually look wounded. Aside from the red glow, he looked like someone who hadn't slept well in a long time. His face was bitter. You would think such understanding would stop me from making such terrible mistakes. You would be wrong. He closed his eyes for a moment. But you know nothing of this world. It is far worse than you understand. Alexius served a master, the Elder One. He reigns now, unchallenged. His minions assassinated Empress Selene and used the chaos to invade the south. This Elder One commands an army of demons. After you stop Alexius, you must be prepared. She nodded at his summation of the past events. At least when they went back, they'd have an idea of what they needed to prevent. We can't do this without you. If there is any hope, any way to save them. He inclined his head to her. My life is yours. This world is an abomination. It must never come to pass. He accepted a staff she'd found earlier, and followed them out of the chamber. Blackwell was in another cell. Androsta, have mercy. You shouldn't be here. The dead should rest in peace. His hair was almost entirely grey now, and his eyes held the same red glow as those of Salas. Blackwell's eyes, however, were wild, and for a moment looked like those of a madman. Are you all right? You don't look so good. She started opening the lock on the cell door. Am I dreaming this? The dead asking a dead man if he's all right. Dorian touched her shoulder. You skipped over too much. Look at the poor man. He gestured. Alexius's spell didn't kill us, it sent us forward in time. That's how we survived. Forward in time. Blackwell stepped out of the cell. I don't understand. Ruya sighed. She didn't really understand either, but she did know one thing. If we can get to Alexius, we can go back to the moment we left and stop all of this from happening. A thin, fragile bit of hope showed in his eyes. Maybe I've just gone mad. If what you say is true. He took the sword she offered. Then this, everything I've been through, everything about this nightmare, is a mistake. I should have been here, she said, offering him a shield as well. But we'll set things right. Now I know I've gone mad. To set all this right. He took the shield and strapped it to his arm. You can't imagine the things that happened after you died. The Inquisition was crushed. Anyone who refused to convert was killed. There's nothing left out there. She couldn't think about that now. Couldn't let all those faces swim in her mind. Once we go back, none of that will happen. I hope you're right. He followed them out. If we make Alexius pay for his crimes, that's enough for me. Andraste's sacred knickers. You're alive. Varric scrambled to his feet. Despite the red glow in his eyes, he looked a bit healthier than the others. Or maybe it was just the hope on his face. Where were you? How did you escape? We didn't escape, Dorian said. Alexius sent us into the future. Varric opened his mouth, then closed it again and shook his head. Everything that happens to you is weird. Despite herself, she laughed as she unlocked his cell. You might be right about that. I'm always right. He stepped out of the cell. And when I'm not, I lie about it. He followed them out, stopping to help himself to a crossbow lying on a corpse. So what are you doing here? Or did you come back just to trade quips with me? We get to Alexius, and I just might be able to send us back to our own time. Dorian brought up the rear of their group. Simple, really. I'm pretty sure you're crazy. Or I'm crazy. Either way, it's a nice thought. You want to take on Alexius? I'm in. Let's go. It was oddly comforting to know even the end of the world couldn't change Varric. They found Fiona in a cell, the red lyrium growing out of her. She glanced back at her companions. Salas caught her eye, then nodded in resignation. So the same thing was starting to happen to them. Her hand tightened on her staff. Our only hope is to find the amulet that Alexius used to send us here. Dorian was clearly trying to keep his voice confident. He was almost successful. If it still exists, I can use it to reopen the rift at the exact spot we left. Maybe. Good, Fiona said. I said maybe. Dorian sighed. It might also turn us into paste. You must try. Fiona's voice was growing weaker. Your spymaster, Leliana, she is here. Find her. Quickly, before the Elder One learns you're here. Well, it's nice to do something constructive for a change. Varric put a crossbow bolt through the throat of one of the guards. I almost feel nostalgic. Blackwall finished off another with a quick sword thrust. They arrived too late to save the mother from Red Cliff. Blackwall seemed particularly offended. She put a hand on his shoulder and reminded him that they still had a chance to change everything. He nodded, but she could tell he didn't quite believe her. More voices drifted through the hall. How did Trevelyan know of the sacrifice at the temple? Answer. Never. Ruya quickened her pace when she heard Leliana's defiant answer, followed by a scream of pain. There's no use to this defiance, little bird. There's no one left for you to protect. You're wasting your breath. You will break. I will die first. Blackwall caught Ruya's shoulder, then stepped in front of her. He kicked the door open. The guard torturing Leliana whirled around. Leliana saw them. Or you will. She wrapped her legs around the guard's neck. He let out a strangled gasp, and a moment later there was a horrific snapping noise. You're alive. Ruya began freeing Leliana's hands. You're safe now. Forget safe. If you came back from the dead, you need to do better than safe. Leliana's eyes went briefly to where corpses were hanging from a rack. You need to end this. Do you have weapons? Ruya handed her a bow. Good. The Magister's probably in his chambers. You aren't curious how we got here? Dorian asked. No. Dorian explained anyway. Alexius sent us into the future. He gestured at the room. This. His victory, his Elder One. It was never meant to be. I'm so sorry for everything you suffered. Ruya could see the scars and wounds on the other woman. Leliana had aged 20 years in the past one. She looked around the room at the other bodies. One of them might have been Josephine, but it was too decayed for her to be certain. The fresher corpse was a Dalish elf. We have to reverse his spell, Dorian said. If we can get back to our present time, we can prevent this future from ever happening. And mages always wonder why people fear them. Anger filled Leliana's voice. No one should have this power. It's dangerous and unpredictable. Before the breach, nothing we did dash. This is all pretend to you, some future you hope will never exist. Leliana cut Dorian off. For a moment, Ruya thought the spymaster was going to attack him. I suffered. The whole world suffered. It was real. She turned, and started walking. Dorian tried again to get information from Leliana. She ordered him to stop talking, and refused to answer his questions. Ruya gestured for the man to subside. A rift hung in the air in what had once been a dining hall. The battle against the demons was short but fierce, and she sealed the breach. It felt, odd, as if the energy of the mark had shifted somehow. They encountered an abomination that had once been Linnea. Despite her feelings towards the woman, Ruya felt sick as she put the creature down. This is madness. Dorian stared at the red lyrium growing from the walls. Alexius can't have wanted this. They found a door, and stepped out into a courtyard. Ruya's hope that daylight would be comforting after the dungeon was quickly dashed. The breach filled the entire sky. Used to be, it was only dwarves who were afraid of the sky. Varric looked up. Now, it's just good sense. 2 more rifts, and then they were entering the heart of the castle. Leliana led them, walking through the castle as though she were familiar with its layout. Dorian glanced at her several times before finally working up the nerve to ask her another question. What became of Felix? Do you know? Yes. I know. And you're not going to tell me? You'll find out soon enough. They found another rift, and the door to the throne room. It was locked. Sealed somehow. Dorian held up the glowing stone they'd found on one of the guards, and stated that he could use it to open the door, but he needed the rest to do so. A bloody and beaten hour later, they had recovered all 5. Ruya handed out the restorative potions she'd been carrying as Dorian worked on the door. She had to give both Leliana and Salas a second potion. Between the potions and her meager healing skills, they both looked healthier, but it did nothing for the looks of despair on their faces. Salas. I'm sorry, Ruya, he said softly. So very sorry for the burden that has been placed on your shoulders. She placed a hand on his arm. We'll fix this, Salas. You and me, once I get back. I can only hope you are right. Got it. Dorian looked back at them as the door started to open. Look at what you've done, Alexius. All this suffering, and for what? Alexius stood, staring into the fireplace. His shoulders were slumped. Nearby crouched a ghoul, watching him with vacant eyes. For my country, for my son. He shook his head. But it means nothing now. I knew you would appear again. Not that it would be now. But I knew I hadn't destroyed you. My final failure. Was it worth it? Dorian's voice was filled with anger and hurt. Everything you did to the world. To yourself. It doesn't matter now. All we can do is wait for the end. What do you mean? Ruya asked. She gestured for her companions to spread out and make ready. Leliana had disappeared into the shadows. What's ending? Alexius actually chuckled. The irony that you should appear now, of all the possibilities. All that I fought for, all that I betrayed, and what have I wrought? Ruin and death. There is nothing else. He looked beaten. Broken. The Elder One comes, for me, for you, for us all. Leliana emerged from the shadows. She caught the ghoul and pulled it to its feet, laying a knife across its throat. Felix, Alexius cried out. That's Felix. Dorian took a step forward, his face horrified. Maker's breath, Alexius, what have you done? He would have died, Dorian. Alexius pointed at Felix. I saved him. He gestured beseechingly at Leliana. Please, don't hurt my son. I'll do anything you ask. They had to fix things. Felix didn't deserve to be that. Oh, Maker, no one deserved to be that. Hand over the amulet, and we let him go. Alexius nodded and started to reach into his belt pouch. Let him go, and I swear you'll get what you want. I want the world back, Leliana said. And she pulled the knife across Felix's throat. No. Power surged from Alexius, flinging Lelyana halfway across the room. Rage distorted his features as he tore the veil. Demons began to appear. No sooner had she managed to seal the first rift than Alexius had ripped open another. Salas managed to get a barrier up around Blackwell in time to keep the man from being gutted by a terror demon, but they weren't doing well. She glanced down at her hand, then disrupted the newly opened rift. The resulting energy surged through the room, weakening the demons and disrupting the spell Alexius was in the process of casting. Varric took advantage of the opening to put a crossbow bolt in Alexius's shoulder. The battle started to turn in their favor. She sealed the rift after the last of the demons fell. Alexius started to tear another open, but Dorian struck from behind, using his staff to sweep Alexius's feet from underneath him. Blackwell immediately moved forward, and his sword pierced Alexius's chest. She saw Dorian close his eyes and turn away as Alexius convulsed. She put a hand on Dorian's shoulder. He wanted to die, didn't he? Dorian sighed, and his gaze went to where the body of Felix was lying. All those lies he told himself, the justifications. He shook his head. He lost Felix long ago and didn't even notice. Oh, Alexius. I know you cared for him. Dorian's smile was bitter. Once he was a man to whom I compared all others. Sad, isn't it? He turned, and removed the amulet from Alexius's belt pouch. He turned it this way and that, then looked back at Ruya. This is the same amulet he used before. I think it's the same one we made in Minrithis. That's a relief. He stepped away from the corpse. Give me an hour to work out the spell he used, and I should be able to reopen the rift. An hour. Lelyana's voice was strangled. That's impossible. You must go now. Ruya was about to ask why when the entire castle suddenly shook. Varric looked up at her. There's a reason they won. Blackwell nodded. We'll go on ahead, take out as many as we can. Lelyana, you're the past line of defense. Give them what you've got. She stared at them. Salas gestured for her to go with Dorian. She nodded. We'll make this count. Lelyana unslung her bow as the others went through the door. The only way we live is if this day never comes. She knocked an arrow. Cast your spell. You have as much time as I have arrows. Slowly, the amulet started to glow as Dorian manipulated the energies around it. It hung in the air. From behind the door, Ruya could hear the sounds of combat. Lelyana was reciting a prayer. Though darkness closes, I am shielded by flame. The door burst open. Ruya felt bile in the back of her throat as she saw Salas's body casually tossed aside. Lelyana loosed an arrow, then quickly began loosing more. Andraste, guide me. Maker, take me to your side. Ruya started to step forward as demons and armored men came through the door. Dorian caught her arm. You move, and we all die. She thought about casting, but dared not. Any energy from her could disrupt what Dorian was doing. Lelyana sent arrow after arrow, until one of the enemy archers sent an arrow back, catching her in the shoulder. A warrior grabbed her, and held her as a terror demon stepped forward. Her eyes met Ruya's briefly as the terror demon tore the spymaster open. Energy from the amulet surged and then they were back in the throne room. Alexius was standing exactly where he had been when he'd first thrown the amulet. His eyes went wide. You'll have to do better than that, Dorian said. Alexius dropped to his knees. Ruya started to summon a spell, and then she saw Felix standing there, still on the throne room. She turned her gaze to the man at her feet. Put aside all claim to Red Cliff, and we let you live. You won. Alexius closed his eyes. There is no point in extending this charade. He turned back towards his son. Felix. Felix knelt beside him. It's going to be all right, father. You'll die. Everyone dies. Ruya gestured for the Inquisition soldiers to take Alexius away. Next to her, Dorian breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I'm glad that's over with. Behind them, the door burst open, and armored men came marching through. Or not. A red-haired man glanced around the room before stepping back out. A moment later, a man and woman entered. Both wore armor, finely crafted. The man narrowed his eyes when he saw Fiona. "Grand Enchanter, we'd like to discuss your abuse of our hospitality." Fiona swallowed and stepped forward, hands clasped in front of her. "Your Majesties." This, probably didn't bode well. Though Leliana had said that she counted the King and Queen of Ferelden among her dearest friends, so maybe they'd get out of this without anybody getting executed. The Queen glared. "When we offered the mages sanctuary, we did not give them the right to drive our people from their homes. King Alistair, Queen Cathiel, I assure you, we never intended. In light of your actions, good intentions are no longer enough." The king took another step forward. "You and your followers have worn out your welcome. Leave Ferelden, or we'll be forced to make you leave." "But..." Fiona looked around the room desperately. "We have hundreds who need protection. Where will we go? The Inquisition might be willing to take in the mages." Ruya stepped forward. Both the king and queen gave her appraising looks before exchanging a glance with each other. "And what are the terms of this arrangement?" Fiona asked. Dorian spoke before she could. "Hopefully better than what Alexius gave you. The Inquisition is better than that, yes." Behind her, Blackwell pitched his voice low. "No one fights well for their captors. I've known a lot of mages." Varric shrugged. "They can be loyal friends if you let them. Friends who make bad decisions, but still loyal." Fiona sighed. "It seems we have little choice but to accept whatever you offer. Perhaps it was time to let mages prove themselves to the world. We would be honored to have you fight as allies at the Inquisition's side." A generous offer. Fiona's eyes were filled with hope. But will the rest of the Inquisition honor it? The breach threatens all of Thedas. We cannot afford to be divided now. Ruya gestured. "We can't fight it without you. Any chance of success requires your full support." "It's a generous offer." King Alistair folded his arms as he stared at Fiona. "I doubt you are going to get a better one from us." "We accept." Fiona nodded. "It would be madness not to. I will gather my people and ready them for the journey to Haven. The breach will be closed. You will not regret giving us this chance." She all but scampered from the room, leaving Ruya face to face with the King and Queen of Ferelden. She searched for something to say. The king suddenly smiled. "Tell Leliana the next time she invades our country, she had better stop by for tea first. Dear Lucas." Josephine received the shipment and Mother Giselle putting it to good use. The refugees down in the hinterlands appreciate the supplies. It's not as rough as it was, but there are still a lot of people in need. We went out to Red Cliff to talk to the mages. It didn't go as well as I hoped and we learned some disturbing things. Which seems to be a pattern lately. I've picked the sword back up. Things being what they are, well, having a blade available for backup can't be a bad idea. Commander Cullen gave me a few lessons. I do not need to be rescued. I can take care of myself. Love, Ruya. Dear Ruya. What are you going to do, beat people with your pigtails? I'm hearing talk of Magisters. I am coming to rescue you. Love, Lucas. Chapter 10, From the Ashes. And once again, she walked into the chantry to find the Inquisition's leadership arguing. It's not a matter for debate. Cullen stood facing Leliana and Josephine. There will be abominations among the mages, and we must be prepared. Josephine made a placating gesture. If we rescind the offer of an alliance, it makes the Inquisition appear incompetent at best, tyrannical at worst. Cullen caught sight of her, and took a step forward. What were you thinking, turning the mages loose with no oversight? He gestured upwards. The veil is torn open. She stood her ground. Give them their freedom for now. If they prove later they can't handle it, impose restrictions. They'd given her a chance, and she thought she'd done rather well. She could only hope the rest of the mages would follow suit. And how many lives will be lost if they fail? He shook his head. With the veil broken, the thread of possession. His eyes went to the staff on her back as he trailed off. Enough arguing. Cassandra stepped forward. None of us were there. We cannot afford to second-guess our people. She gestured at Ruya. The sole point of the Herald's mission was to gain the mage's aid, and that was accomplished. The voice of pragmatism speaks. Dorian leaned on a wooden column. And here I was just starting to enjoy the circular arguments. Cassandra folded her arms. Closing the breach is all that matters. Ruya nodded. The longer the breach is open, the more damage it does. We should head there as soon as possible. Agreed. Josephine tucked her pen into her writing board. We should look into the things you saw in this dark future. Leliana looked down at the parchment in her hand. The assassination of Empress Selene? A demon army. Sounds like something a Tevinter cult might do. Dorian gestured. Orlais falls, the Imperium rises. Chaos for everyone. One battle at a time. Colin drummed his fingers against his sword hilt. It's going to take time to organize our troops and the mage recruits. Let's take this to the war room. He smiled at Ruya. Join us. None of this means anything without your mark, after all. She returned the smile. Thank you. I'd be honored to help with the plan. Josephine started walking. Meet us there when you're ready. I'll skip the war council, but I would like to see this breach up close, if you don't mind. Then you're. Ruya's eyes widened as she looked back at Dorian. Staying. He winked at her. Oh, didn't I mention? The South is so charming and rustic. I adore it to little pieces. She shook her head and laughed softly. There's no one I'd rather be stranded in time with, future or present. Excellent choice. He bowed with a flourish. But let's not get stranded again anytime soon, yes. They had a plan. Now all they had to do was wait for the mages to arrive and select who would be the most suited to the job. Leliana almost laughed when Ruya insisted Fiona not be part of the group at the breach. Colin walked her out of the chantry. She glanced at him. You weren't happy with how I brought in the mages. She hesitated, then asked. Do you have a problem with me as well? He looked startled by the question. Of course not. He sighed, and rubbed the back of his neck. I have no intention of endangering your alliance, but I must ensure the safety of those here. That concern extends to the mages. They are putting themselves at risk for the Inquisition. He glanced at her. As are you. Any precautions taken are meant to aid you, nothing more. I hope you will accept them as such. She smiled, and nodded. Is there anything I should know? I'd gotten used to mages disliking me on principle. Vivian's views on Templars are. He glanced back at the chantry. Surprisingly traditional. I've never disliked you on principle. Oh. Had she really just said that out loud? Oh, He took a quick step forward to open the tavern door for her. Thank you. How angry do you think the king and queen are at us? Ruya asked. Leliana smiled. They aren't angry. Are you sure? Her smile broadened. We will have to tread a bit more lightly on Ferelden soil, but... She shook her head. I've fought alongside them both. If Cathiel were angry, you'd be full of arrows. Irritated and frustrated, probably, but not angry. Ruya hesitated, and then sighed. In Redcliffe, you sacrificed yourself so that I could return here. Of course I did. Leliana shrugged. One small life in exchange for a second chance at history. I always loved a bargain. She'd never get the sight of that terror demon out of her head. It was still a sacrifice and still noble. Leliana put a hand on Ruya's shoulder, making Ruya meet her eyes. And I would do it again. She glanced back in the general direction of Redcliffe. Arl Tegan is returning to Redcliffe Castle and resuming his duties as lord. The people are returning, slowly but surely. She sighed. Unfortunately, our show of support for the mages has angered many. I'm not sure there was an option that wouldn't have angered many. Salas smiled as they fell into step with each other on their walk around Haven. So we have gained the mages, excellent. They should be able to seal the breach. He turned his gaze to her. You are certain you experienced time travel? Could it have been an illusion, a trick of the Fade? She shook her head. I've been to the Fade before. I'd know it, Point taken. He gestured. What an amazing gift. It is vital the Inquisition succeed, to avoid the future you witnessed. They walked in silence for a few minutes. As they crested the hill above the lake, she raised an eyebrow at him. I'm surprised you are not more interested in your own future. I know enough. If that future happened then he turned to look down at the camp. And Cassandra, Cullen, and the rest failed to stop this elder one. He turned back to her. Speaking of which, you should ready yourself. For this elder one. You have now interfered with his plans twice. Once at the Temple of Sacred Ashes. He used his staff to point out the locations. And now again at Red Cliff. A being who aspires to godhood is unlikely to ignore such an affront. They continued their walk, circling the lake. I wonder if the magic they teach in the circle is different from the magic used by the Dalish. Magic is magic, just as water is water, but it can be used in different ways. He shrugged. Dalish magic is more practical, not needing chantry approval, although they still frown on blood magic. Superstition. He sketched the air with his hands. Much of it is more subtle, a legacy from when the elves were immortal. The legends of elven immortality. She raised an eyebrow. Did they use magic to increase their lifespan? No, it was simply part of being elven. His voice once again became that of the storyteller, or perhaps that of the patient teacher. The subtle beauty of their magic was the effect, not the cause, of their nature. Some spells took years to cast. Echoes would linger for centuries, harmonizing with new magic in an unending symphony. He looked wistful. It must have been beautiful. She tried to picture it. The best she could come up with was reflections in fractured ice, layering upon each other. His other words came to mind. You said the censure against blood magic was superstition. He glanced at her. I did. He shrugged. It's fortunate Cassandra is not within earshot. Most modern cultures forbid blood magic. Publicly, even Tevinter disapproves of it. But as I said, magic is magic. It matters only in how it is used. I'd be interested in learning more about blood magic. She tapped her staff. It seems the only stories we ever get are about how it is misused, and in the circle, it's dangerous to even show too much interest in that. I would teach you, if I knew it. Salas's eyes studied her. Unfortunately, using blood magic seems to make it more difficult to enter the Fade. See, that's something I don't understand. Why would a magic associated so strongly with demons make it more difficult to enter the Fade? You understand why I have never bothered to learn it. A shame, as it is extremely powerful. He shrugged. Provided it remains a tool, not a crutch, nor a passion. There's the problem, isn't it? It's forbidden, so the only people who use it are the kind that will misuse it. Varric watched the herald and Salas walk through the gate. That both seemed to actually enjoy wandering around through the hills and trees around the camp just proved something he'd always suspected. Mages were crazy. Damn, he missed Hawk. And Daisy. Even Blondie, sometimes. He saw the herald start to walk towards where the soldiers were practicing. He waved, and she altered her direction to join him at the fire. The Mage Rebellion joins the Inquisition. I've got to admit, that's a twist I didn't see coming. He glanced up at her. One thing you saw in the future worries me. I mean, it was all bad. But red lyrium in Ferelden? Infecting people and growing out of them? That's bad. He kicked a rock into the fire, sending up a small shower of sparks. Finding more of it really punches a hole in my red lyrium at the temple was a coincidence theory. How long does it take for red lyrium to grow? How fast can it spread? It took years to infect people in Kirkwall, but no one there was actually ingesting the stuff. He'd have to write to Hawk, see if his contacts had found anything. That wasn't going to be easy with the Seeker looking over his shoulder. This Elder One managed to take the worst thing I can think of and make it worse. That's an accomplishment. The Inquisition has the numbers to track down all this lyrium and destroy it. She leaned on her staff and looked out over the soldiers' tents. He followed her gaze. There sure were a lot of them now. Curly was doing good work. I hope so. I don't want to think about what happens if it starts a plague. Bartrand's house had been bad enough. And the Knight Commander. I've got people trying to figure out where the red stuff came from. I think maybe we should make that a priority. And hopefully he wouldn't get asked too many questions about which people. But that's enough doom and gloom. You just won a big victory for the Inquisition. What are you going to do to celebrate? She blinked at him. That's a good point. We should celebrate. She tilted her head to one side and thought for a moment. A banquet? Something like a banquet. A word to Josephine, and I bet she could arrange anything. He shrugged. Things should be calm around here for at least the next hour. Take a moment to enjoy it. He gestured towards where Cassandra was beating on a practice dummy. If the world's about to end, I'm sure the Seeker will let us know. So, that Tevinter guy sent you into the future. Iron Bull gave her a dubious look and grunted. Normal magic is one thing, but Tevinter goes beyond all reason. I know, right? The Vints are always pushing. Iron Bull nodded at where the mages were starting to trickle in. Anyway, I hope our new friends have what it takes to close the breach. Damn thing gives me a headache just looking at it. Cram nodded. Nice work at Red Cliff. I could help the mages learn to work with Inquisition soldiers, if you like. He coughed. Not that the chief has any apostates in the group. She grinned, and gestured at her own staff. How should we deploy the chargers? The Templars have holed up in Thurinful Redoubt. No idea what's happening inside. He tapped the fingers of his left hand against his right vambrace. I could have some of the boys poke around. If nothing else, we'd get a better look at the land. Good idea. Let Leliana know. Blackwell was leaning on a stone wall near the smithy, working a whetstone over the edge of his blade. He nodded as she approached. There was never going to be an easy answer to the mage dilemma. He nodded to her. What you did for the mages took courage. You gave them a chance. Everyone deserves one. He slid the stone over the blade again, then examined it with a critical eye. I have to ask, what was I like in that dark future you saw? Sword and shield in hand until the very end. You fought with honor and died a hero. You did the wardens proud. He stared at his reflection in the blade. Then I was worth something in the end. Thank you. He looked over at where the maps they'd found in the Grey Warden camp were spread out. I've been meaning to thank you. There are 100 things that need your attention. You didn't have to take the time to help me, and yet you did. If the history you pursue benefits the wardens, then it was worth it. You've proven yourself to be an honorable woman. Principled. He sheathed the sword, then gave her a bow. I've great admiration for you, and I've never been more certain in my decision to join you. She grinned. There will be opportunities for us to do even more in the future. Then I look forward to it. I'd like to know more about you. Compared to yours, my life will seem dull indeed. Your name, Blackwell, doesn't sound Orlshian. Marcher, then. Firaldan. I was from the Free Marches, originally. Markham. He shrugged. That was a long time ago. Another life. Why did you join the Wardens? Because they remember honor and sacrifice, words that have little meaning to the rest of us. Because they lay down their lives for those they have sworn to protect. We all need to believe there are such men in the world. I needed to believe I could be one of them. She nodded. I know you said you hadn't met Warden Constable Mahariel, but what about the other wardens from the Fifth Blight? He shook his head. They mostly scattered after things calmed down. Lots of work to be done. Still is, I suppose. She could feel Vivian's look of disapproval the moment she entered the chantry. It was like leaping into a half-frozen lake. If Fiona and her malcontents are joining us as allies, we need to be prepared. Abominations are inevitable. Vivian folded her hands. Cullen doesn't have enough Templars to handle incidents. Some of the rank and file need to be trained. In fact, she and Cullen had already had that particular discussion over drinks. Train our people, but keep it secret. Let the mages think they're not being watched. Give everyone a chance to get comfortable with each other and learn to work together instead of at cross purposes, but still have people on hand if needed. Vivian's face lightened as she considered the notion. I like the way you think, darling. I'll have a word with Cullen. We are reliant on his people absolutely. She made a small adjustment to her sleeve. There has never been a greater threat to mages than the breach. Until it is closed, no one is safe. You have a low opinion of your fellow mages. She shared it for particular mages, but as a whole. It's not a matter of opinion, my dear. I have a close relationship with reality. Many of our colleagues do not. Vivian gestured. Magic is dangerous, just as fire is dangerous. Anyone who forgets this truth gets burned. You're singing to the choir, Vivian. The other woman actually smiled. Tell me something. You told me that you'd see the chantry restored. What about the circle? Mages shouldn't be kept out of the chantry. Who knows the dangers of magic better than a mage? Templar wasn't an option, but what if she could have been both mage and sister? The circle was necessary. Young mages needed a place to come where they could learn and be protected until they'd mastered their powers. But it didn't need to be the mess it had been. A curious idea. Such twists and turns your mind takes. Vivian tapped a finger against her jaw thoughtfully, but her face actually looked approving of the notion. It's something to consider, my dear. Oh, I found this in a tower near Red Cliff. She handed the ancient, battered tome to Vivian. Based on the mark, it appears to have been stolen from Monteism Mard. Vivian took the book and smiled, caressing the cover gently as she laid it on the table. Thank you, my dear. It is good to know this is safe. She parried Cullen's strike, but wasn't able to turn it into a counter-strike. She knew he was still taking it easy on her, but it wasn't quite as blatant as it had been a couple weeks ago. Ruya found the sparring oddly relaxing. The match ended in a victory for him, as they usually did. To her surprise, after replacing the swords, he tossed her a practice staff. Perhaps something more up your alley. He raised an eyebrow. Ruya spun the staff in her hands, and smiled. There were a few of us at the circle that practiced staff fighting. She parried his blow, and sent a counter back. Never really thought I'd ever end up having to use that training. After she parried a couple more hits and managed to tag him in the leg, he nodded in approval. Not bad. I should thank you for the training. She looked up at him. I know you're busy. It is time well spent. He nodded. Considering the danger you face, it would be remiss of me not to ensure you were prepared. Still, I appreciate you taking the time. She smiled. He smiled back, and shifted once more into a combat stance. Josephine was having a discussion with a dwarven woman about lyrium as Ruya approached. The dwarf nodded to Ruya, then glanced at Josephine. I'll take my leave. Good day. Who was she, Ambassador? Ruya asked. A merchant. I thought we should reach out to the dwarves to secure lyrium for the Inquisition's mages. According to Lady Corpin, it's raised the ire of the chantry. She had a suspicion they could conquer Tevinter and Par Valen, and it would raise the ire of the chantry. How? Access to lyrium makes us rather more formidable than they anticipated. We are becoming a challenge. Josephine made a quick note on a piece of parchment. Sadly, the remaining Grand Clerics appear to be consolidating the chantry's power instead of comforting the masses. Ruya sighed. The chantry should be a place of hope, not another group scrambling for answers. That must be its strength again. Josephine opened the door to her office, gesturing for Ruya to follow her in. The chant did much to bridge nations. Little but the chantry ties Orlais, Navarra, Ferelden, Antiva, and even Riven to a common cause. Has the chantry truly promoted such peace? Ruya sat down on a trunk. Andraste's chant is familiar across kingdoms, a source of many shared customs. Josephine punctuated her words with her pen. That is the crucial point. Common ground is the start of all negotiations. I suppose a shared faith can be useful when talking with strangers. Precisely. And these similar interests are merely where we begin. We must learn to think beyond our own wants to secure peace in Thedas. The woman's enthusiasm was a little infectious. Planning to steer the history of the world, Ambassador Montaliet. I believe the Inquisition is already charting that course. Which brings me to a question, if you have a moment. She glanced at a piece of parchment, bringing it to the top of the others on her writing board. The remaining Grand Clerics sent a missive inquiring about events at the Temple of Sacred Ashes. They demand to know whether the Inquisition officially claims that Andraste saved you from the breach. If it were up to you, how would you reply? That was a very good question. Will my answer change your reply to the Chantry? Josephine glanced towards the war room. If Leliana, Cassandra, Cullen, and I could agree on our official stance, I could answer that. She sighed. We should decide soon. The revered mothers don't seem to know what to make of you. She sighed. I don't know if a miracle from Andraste saved me any more than they do. Yet, as rumors your Andraste's herald grow, the Grand Clerics may not believe such a humble reply. A difficult situation, and I thank you for your answer. Have you heard back from my family? Josephine broke into a smile. I have indeed. Your brother, Otwin, is proving to be a particularly valuable resource for what efforts we have in the Free Marches. Sira was a bit less happy about the mages being part of the Inquisition, but settled down a little after Ruya bought her a round of drinks. She tried to ask Sira about her background, but came away more confused than enlightened. It seemed the events at Red Cliff had reminded Sira that Ruya herself was a mage, and made her a bit skittish. Ruya ended up spending most of the evening sharing a bottle of wine with Dorian. He told her about Tevinter, correcting a few bits of misinformation and reluctantly admitting to what parts of Tevinter's reputation were true. They sat on the edge of the wall, watching the soldiers at practice. The Inquisition supports free mages. What's next? Elves running Halam Shirel? Cows milking farmers. That elven one didn't seem like such a terrible idea. I take it you don't agree. On the contrary, I approve. Heartily. He took a drink. I do wonder if you've considered what this support of yours will do. For mages in general, I mean. The Inquisition is seen as an authority. You've given Southern mages license to. He swirled the liquid in his glass. Well, be like mages back home. If it means they're anything like you, I approve. Ha. There aren't many mages back home like me. I'd believe that. I never fit in. He winked. Bloodstains are so difficult to clean, you see. She sipped from her own glass and watched where the tents were being set up for the incoming mages. So we're doomed to a future of blood magic, then. Not at first. His face became a little more serious. But you'd be a fool not to see where this could lead. Thing is, the Imperium was once just like the South. Templars, proper circles, all that rot. Then it changed. By inches. He refilled his glass. Not that this is reason to oppress us. Still, my homeland should be a cautionary tale, not a source of inspiration. They went silent for a moment, both tilting their heads to admire the footwork of some of the soldiers. It occurs to me that I barely know anything about you. He waggled his fingers and dropped his voice an octave. Beyond my being a mage from Tevinter, you mean? Beyond that, yes. And beyond my being so charming and well-dressed? Which is obvious to anyone. She laughed. You certainly think highly of yourself. It's true. He spread his hands. I could be more modest, but I'd be lying. Now. He took another drink. What was I talking about? Ah, yes. Me. I am the scion of House Pavis, a product of generations of careful breeding, and the repository of its hopes and dreams. Naturally, I despised it all, the lies, the scheming, the illusions of supremacy. That's Tevinter in a nutshell, isn't it? Needless to say, my family was not happy with my choices. They continued talking as it started to grow dark, then made their farewells. She headed back to the tiny cabin she shared with Minov and one of the Tranquil, and bid them both good night. The first wave of mages had mostly settled in the following afternoon. Ruya was walking through the camp when she found Cassandra having a heated discussion with a senior enchanter. And what are we supposed to do, exactly? Cassandra glared. What you always do, complain. We've already spoken with Commander Cullen. No one listens. He shook his head angrily. We want better quarters. We want the Templars kept at a distance, and some respect for Dash. This is not the circle. You mages are our allies, not our wards. Act like it. How are we supposed to deal with it? He stormed off at Cassandra's reply. The Seeker shook her head, and then glanced at Ruya. It never ends, evidently. Is there an issue with the mages? Can I help? The mages are here as equals. They need to get used to what that means. Cassandra started walking towards the back of the camp. It is your doing, after all. You created this alliance. Well, I hope it works. What other choice do we have? Cassandra blinks. Oh. I do sound like I'm blaming you, don't I? Cassandra shook her head. I don't disapprove. In fact, you did well. You made a decision when it needed to be made. And here we are. I wish I could say this was my doing. We wouldn't be here at all if you hadn't stood up against the Chantry. You're being kind. You're discounting your role in this. Let's close the breach. Cassandra actually looked uncomfortable at the praise. Then we can say how successful I was. Colin found her a little while later. The mages are ready to approach the breach. I pray this will be enough to close it. She nodded, and followed him towards where they were gathering for the trip up to the temple. A few of the mages gathered were vaguely familiar faces to her, but she did see a senior enchanter from Ostwick who gave her a friendly smile. Vivian and Dorian were also present, though both stood some distance from the other mages and each other. Salas gestured for her to come with him, and she followed him up to where the green light of the breach trailed down to where the original rift had been. Colin and Cassandra flanked her in case more demons managed to come through. Cassandra turned back to where the mages were gathered, and shouted to get their attention. Mages! Focus past the herald. Salas raised his staff, and took over giving the commands. Let her will draw from you. He met her eyes, and signaled her to begin. Slowly, she walked into the light, holding up her marked hand and letting the energy surge through her. She felt the power of the other mages join her own, and harnessed it, half closing her eyes as she willed it through the mark. It hurt, a sharp but not unbearable pain, and she felt her body start to tremble. The green light began to shift and shimmer, convulsing. She drew more magic into her, pulling from the others until she thought she would burst. Then she took a deep breath, and released it all at once through the mark. It seemed as if something cut the strings holding her up. The power surged upwards in a scintillating burst of light, and she collapsed down to her knees. The entire breach convulsed, and then there was a blinding flash. She felt Colin and Cassandra on either side of her, helping her back to her feet. You did it, Cassandra said. Colin put her arm over his shoulder and half carried her out of the temple. Ruya stood near the quartermaster's station, watching the celebration taking part below her. Minov was dancing with Sigrid of all people. And dancing better than she would have expected from an apprentice circle mage. Even Adon appeared to be enjoying himself. Salas confirms the heavens are scarred but calm. Cassandra walked to stand beside her. The breach is sealed. We've reports of lingering rifts, and many questions remain, but this was a victory. She gave Ruya an approving nod. Word of your heroism has spread. You know how many were involved. Ruya gestured at the camp below them. Luck put me at the center. Cassandra's lips tugged upwards into a half-smile. A strange kind of luck. I'm not sure if we need more or less. She turned her own gaze to the camp. But you're right. This was a victory of alliance. One of the few in recent memory. She turned back to Ruya. With the breach closed, that alliance will need new focus. She started to reply, and then heard the sound of the alarm bells. A moment later, Colin was directing the soldiers. Forces approaching. To arms. What the? Cassandra shook her head, then touched Ruya's shoulder. We must get to the gates. Both women jumped down from their position and rushed forward. Colin. Cassandra called as they approached him. One watchguard reporting. He gestured. It's a massive force, the bulk over the mountain. Under what banner? Josephine asked. None. Ruya started to open her mouth, and then something hit the door. She moved forward, Cullen a step behind her. He drew his blade as he came down the stairs. I can't come in unless you open, a voice said from the other side. She exchanged a look with Cullen, and he gestured for one of the men to open the gates. A massive man in Venatori armor started to move towards them. He pitched forward, and fell on his face, revealing a young man in a broad-brimmed hat standing behind him, a dagger in each hand. The young man sheathed the knives. I'm Cole. I came to warn you. To help. He took a step forward, and Cullen swiftly moved to block his path. People are coming to hurt you. You probably already know. What is this? What's going on? Ruya asked. The Templars come to kill you, Cole said. He pointed back at the oncoming forces. Templars. Cullen looked towards her, then back at Cole. Is this the Order's response to our talks with the mages? Attacking blindly. He shook his head, then looked towards her again, his expression revealing his concern. The Red Templars went to the Elder One. He sidled past Cullen to approach Ruya. You know him? He knows you. You took his mages. Cole pointed up at the hill above the frozen lake. There. The creature on top of the hill looked something like the drawings she'd seen of Darkspawn emissaries. But considering the human man standing next to him, the creature had to be nearly 9 feet tall. I know that man. She heard Cullen say. But this Elder One. He's very angry that you took his mages, Cole told her. Cullen. She turned towards him. Give me a plan. Anything. He nodded. Haven is no fortress. If we are to withstand this monster, we must control the battle. Get out there and hit that force. Use everything you can. He pointed to the trebuchets, and she nodded. He turned back to the people at the gate, and started shouting orders. Mages. He pointed his blade at them. You have sanction to engage them. That is Samson. He will not make it easy. She saw the soldiers begin to rally as he continued. Inquisition. With the Herald. For your lives. For all of us. Ruya followed a small band of soldiers to the trebuchets, Varric, Blackwell, and Salas only a few steps behind her. The Templars started to attack. Some of them had red crystals on their armor or even. O Maker help them, some had the red lyrium growing out of them. She reinforced the barrier Salas put up around the soldiers, and started calling down lightning. Blackwell moved in front of her with his shield, keeping any of the Templars from getting close to her with their blades. She saw one of the Inquisition's Templars doing the same for Salas. The trebuchet fired, and someone shouted that the Templars had taken the North Trebuchet. She glanced at the soldiers and indicated she'd go take care of it. A few of the soldiers followed her, but most stayed to guard the trebuchet as it continued to fire. She and Salas twirled their staffs in unison, sending forth lightning to disrupt the Templars' lines as the soldiers charged in. Not enough. 2 of the Inquisition soldiers went down under Templar swords, despite the barriers. The battle was brutal. Half of the remaining soldiers were wounded and limping by the time the trebuchet was clear. Staff in hand, she stood at the back of the man who aimed the trebuchet, making sure nothing came in to disrupt his work. The stone hit the side of the mountain, and for a moment she thought he'd miscalculated. Then the slide began. She clapped him on the shoulder and cheered as the slide began to bury the forces marching on Haven. Blackwell tackled her out of the way as burst of red energy blew the trebuchet to pieces. She looked up dizzily, and felt her blood go cold as she saw the tattered dragon in the air. Shit! Varric hollered as he scrambled to his feet. Who ordered the end of the dimmed world? Blackwell rolled off her and pulled her to her feet. She stumbled after him, along with the 2 surviving soldiers. The dragon started to circle again, and its breath killed another group of soldiers. She heard them scream as they died in the strange red fire. The blacksmith was trying to get the door of the smithy open. She aimed her staff, and hit it with a blast of energy as she moved past, blowing it inwards. He saluted her as he rushed inside. Cullen was at the gate, shoving people inside. Move it, move it. He took one more look out before he closed the gates behind them. We need everyone back to the chantry. It's the only building that might hold against. He met her eyes, and she could tell he didn't want to say it. That beast. He sighed. At this point, he started up the stairs. Just make them work for it. They fought their way through Haven. Lysette was facing a group of the Red Templars, and they moved to help her. They collected a few more soldiers as they went, clearing the houses and tavern of wounded. Ruya got up a barrier just in time to protect both her and Minov from shards of exploding pots as the fire continued to spread. They rescued Thrin, and the quartermaster got an arm under the wounded Sigrid, helping him into the chantry. Roderick was at the door of the chantry. One look told Ruya he was in bad shape, but he held the door for them. Move. Keep going. The chantry is your shelter. He stumbled as he let the door close behind him. Cole caught him, and got Roderick's arm over his shoulders. The young man looked up at her. He tried to stop a Templar. The blade went deep. He's going to die. What a charming boy. Roderick let Cole carry him to a chair. Ruya followed, and called up her healing magic. She wished, not for the first time, that she had more skill in the art. There was nothing she could do for him. She met his eyes, and he nodded in resignation. Harold. Cullen came towards her. Our position is not good. That dragon stole back any time you might have earned us. I've seen an archdemon. Cole spoke up from where he was kneeling next to Roderick. I was in the Fade, but it looked like that. I don't care what it looks like. Cullen gestured. It has cut a path for that army. They'll kill everyone in Haven. The Elder One doesn't care about the village. He only wants the Herald. Cole looked up from under the brim of his hat. If you know why he wants me, just say it. There had to be something she could do. These people had come because they thought she and the Inquisition could protect them. I don't. He's too loud. It hurts to hear him. Cole shook his head. He wants to kill you. No one else matters, but he'll crush them, kill them anyway. I don't like him. You don't like. Cullen pulled his gaze from Cole and back to Ruya. Harold, there are no tactics to make this survivable. The only thing that slowed them was the avalanche. We could turn the remaining trebuchets, cause one last slide. We're overrun. To hit the enemy, we'd bury Haven. We're dying, but we can decide how. He put a hand on her shoulder. Many don't get that chance. She started to nod. Perhaps some of them would make it. And if they took this army with them, there were still Inquisition forces at the crossroads and other places. Cole's voice reached her ears. Yes, that. Chancellor Roderick can help. He wants to say it before he dies. Her eyes widened, and she came to Roderick's side, kneeling to hear him better. There is a path. You wouldn't know it unless you'd made the summer pilgrimage. As I have. The people can escape. She must have shown me. Androsta must have shown me so I could. He caught her wrist, his grip weak. Tell you. What are you on about, Roderick? She put her hand over his. It was whim that I walked the path. I did not mean to start, it was overgrown. Now, with so many in the conclave dead, to be the only one who remembers. I don't know, Harold. He raised his eyes to meet hers. If this simple memory can save us, this could be more than mere accident. You could be more. She looked up at the man standing behind her. What about it, Cullen? Will it work? She grabbed her staff, preparing to head out. She was the target. They'd focus on her, not on the chantry. All she had to do was get to the trebuchet. He nodded. Possibly. If he shows us the path. He looked at her staff, then back at her. But what of your escape? Their eyes met, and he nodded. Perhaps you will surprise it, find a way. It was clear he didn't have much more hope for that than she did. He turned to the soldiers and the people. Inquisition. Follow Chancellor Roderick through the chantry. Move. Cole got his shoulder under Roderick again. Roderick turned his eyes to her one more time. Harold. If you are meant for this, If the Inquisition is meant for this, I pray for you. Colin looked back from where he was directing the forces. Keep the Elder One's attention until we're above the tree line. If we are to have a chance, he caught her arm. If you are to have a chance, let that thing hear you. Check the description for the links to the author.